Chapter 625. David picked up the leopard breath breathing technique and started reading it from the beginning. With his 8 points of will, he could memorize any complicated content after reading it once. He didn't try to understand it in detail because it would be troublesome to enter the treasury. Therefore, he decided to force himself to memorize a few important books first. David walked out of the treasury at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He still felt a little dizzy because he had used up a lot of will to force himself to memorize the books. Of course, the effect of this was very good. He memorized the leopard's breath breathing technique, shadow stealth, and swift swordsmanship in his mind. In addition, he also read some knowledge about raising war horses. Actually, it didn't take him long to memorize the leopard breath breathing technique, shadow sneak, and swift sword arts. He only needed to flip through the books once to memorize them. Only the leopard breath breathing technique was very thick and had a lot of content. The other 2 books only had less than 10 pages, so it didn't take him long to memorize them. He spent at least half of the 2 hours in the treasury reading about how to raise war horses. Master, Steward Jason bowed when he saw David. Let's go back first. I have an appointment with Knight Andrew to go to the Shrines of Wealth to get some divine gold coins. The castle needs some divine gold coins for maintenance, so we can afford some daily expenses. David said with a nod. Master, you don't have to think about repairing the castle first. What you need most now is to buy a young warhorse. When you start training, you can let the young warhorse grow with you. That's what you need most right now. Jason hurriedly advised. I will think about it. I have enough divine gold coins. David said with a smile. The 2 of them came out of the study. When they came to the hall, they saw the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes. Minister Noble Affairs, Priest Forbes, I am sorry for being rude as your master, David said apologetically. Baron Arthur, we know that you have just taken over the family, so you must have a lot of things to do. You don't have to accompany us. We can walk around and relax. The scenery here is great. The Minister of Noble Affairs waved his hand. When I'm done with my work, I'll treat you guys to a good meal. David promised. David understood that the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes would not be interested in the scenery here. The scenery here could only be considered ordinary. They walked around, trying to let the others know that they were there as a warning to those who had other ideas. That's settled then. Although it's very rude to let Baron Arthur cook, we still hope to be able to eat your cooking again. Priest Forbes interjected with a smile. His words made the Minister of Noble Affairs laugh, expressing his agreement with him. David didn't talk much with the 2 guests. He let Steward Jason entertain the 2 guests while he walked out of the hall. Lord Baron. Knight Andrew was waiting for David outside the hall with a war horse. When he saw David, he bowed. Knight Andrew, thank you for your hard work. Let's go to the Shrines of Wealth now. David nodded to Knight Andrew. Lord Baron, you need a horse. I've asked the servants to prepare the best horse in the castle. Knight Andrew waved his hand and said. A servant came over with a handsome white horse. David glanced at the white horse. Although it looked handsome, it cannot be compared to a war horse. No need. I have a war horse here. David shook his head and said. He released the war horse from the summoning ring. The war horse did not do anything after it came out. It seemed that there was no difference between being in the small space of the summoning ring and being outside. Knight Andrew was surprised when he saw the war horse. After a while, he saw the problem with the war horse. Just as David had said, this was a war horse used for transportation. Forcefully severing the connection between the war horse and its rider caused the war horse to lose a lot of its consciousness. This caused the originally agile and intelligent war horse to turn into a dull creature. However, no matter how bad a war horse was, it was still a war horse. This war horse was much better than the horses prepared by the castle. Let's go, David said as he mounted the war horse. Yes, Knight Andrew jumped on the war horse and carefully controlled it not far from David. The gate of the castle opened, and the 2 war horses ran out. Loose Castle was only 20 kilometers away from Gym City. This distance was too short for 2 war horses. In just 5 minutes, they had covered half the distance. This was under the condition that they did not release the war horse's speed. David still maintained his vigilance. The shadow attendant was observing the surroundings from 100 meters above. The great world of God seemed to be safer than the Interstellar Federation, but he did not dare to be careless. This world was still too strange for him. Those terrifying rank 4 or 5 knights had left too deep an impression on him. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, David saw a knight on a war horse on a hill beside the road. The knight did not stop them, so David did not say anything to Knight Andrew. He was not worried about the enemies on the surface. As long as it was not a rank 4 knight, he was not worried at all. Instead, David hoped that there would be enough enemies for him to kill. This way, he would be able to learn more about the great world of God. David could not kill people for no reason, but if the enemy took the initiative to come to him, he would not show any mercy. The knight also had a coat of arms on his chest. It was a white leopard. Its appearance was somewhat similar to the shadow leopard of the Luce family. I'll ask Steward Jason when I get back. He should know which noble this white leopard coat of arms belongs to. David thought to himself. Once again, they arrived at Gem City. Once again, they did not stop at the outer city. With Knight Andrew leading the way, they soon arrived at the inner city. Knight Andrew stopped his war horse beside the main road of the inner city. "Lord Baron, the shrines of wealth are just ahead," Knight Andrew said to David. David turned his head and looked at the side of the road. If it were not for Knight Andrew's reminder, he would not have known that this was the shrines of wealth. It was a light golden building. Near the street was a row of shops. The shops required a 3-meter climb of bluestone stairs to enter. The shadow attendant could see more clearly from the air. The shops were only a small part of the whole building. The main body of the shrines was at the back. Just by looking at the shops, it was hard to believe that this was the shrines of wealth. David and Knight Andrew both put away their war horses and walked up the bluestone stairs. "Honorable Sir Baron, I'm Guide Edna. It's an honor to be of service to you." Guide Edna hurried over and bowed when she saw David. "Hey, how did you know I was a baron?" David asked curiously when he heard Edna call him a baron. This time, David changed into a robe from the wardrobe. It was also the great world of God's uniform. There were not many clothes in the wardrobe. The one he chose should have a long history, but the material and workmanship were excellent. In fact, the clothes in the wardrobe were all prepared by Steward Jason after he saw David. The family had gone through countless years of history and naturally had some aristocratic clothes. These clothes were passed down from generation to generation and were carefully maintained by professionals. Although they had been worn for years, they could still be used. As for why there were so many clothes, it had to do with the tradition of the aristocrats. A noble's robe, from the material to the production, every detail needed a long time and a lot of divine gold coins. Therefore, the aristocrats would keep their clothes for a long time. Most of the aristocrats' wealth would be used to train knights. Just the equipment of a knight was a huge expense. Unless they had a lot of income, even the aristocrats had to carefully plan every expense. In addition, the more historical the aristocrats' clothes were, the more the family's heritage was. This was also an important reason why clothes were passed down from generation to generation. The robe David was wearing was chosen by Steward Jason from the family's collection of clothes according to David's figure. There's a shadow leopard emblem on the corner of your robe. According to heraldry records, the shadow leopard emblem is the emblem of the ancient House of Luce. The current House of Luce is a baron, so of course you're a baron, Edna replied with a smile. David couldn't help but look at the corner of his robe. If Edna hadn't mentioned it, he really wouldn't have noticed that there was only a faint emblem there. It was the family shadow leopard emblem. I didn't expect Miss Edna to be so proficient in heraldry. "I'm Arthur." David introduced himself with a smile as he extended his hand. Edna was obviously stunned for a moment, as if David's introduction surprised her. However, her good manners allowed her to recover quickly. "Excuse me, I just came from the Interstellar Federation." David quickly explained as he realized that his action of extending his hand for a handshake was a little out of place. This was the great world of God. "Baron Arthur, may I know what you're here for?" Edna's eyes flashed with curiosity as she asked with a smile. "I'm here to verify my identity and collect some divine gold coins," David said as he recalled what he was about to do. Then please follow me, Edna said as she made an inviting gesture. Knight Andrew shook his head as he watched David's performance. David had already behaved rudely many times during his interaction with Edna. He was going to report to Steward Jason that David needed a professional etiquette teacher when he got back. It wasn't a problem in these small occasions, but if he were to be so rude in an important occasion, the House of Luce would become a joke among the aristocrats. David followed Edna into the shop. There was a long row of counters inside. Behind the counters, there was a young woman sitting there to handle the customers' affairs. Edna led David to an empty seat. David sat on the soft leather chair. When he put his hand on the counter, he realized that the counter was warm. "Please have some water," Edna said as she placed a glass of water in front of David. David glanced at the water in the glass. His sensitive spirit could sense the extremely active energy in the water. The energy was very gentle. This is blessed water, and the only drink in the shrines of wealth. Drinking it often is good for the body. Edna lowered her head and explained softly as she recalled David's origin. "Thank you." David held up the glass and thanked her. He gently took a sip of the water. The gentle energy flowed into his body through the water. For his current body, this blessed water had almost no effect, but for a normal person, this water could have some beneficial effects. "Lord Baron Arthur, please show me your coat of arms," Edna reminded him softly. David placed the shadow leopard coat of arms on the counter. The woman behind the counter took the coat of arms and scanned it on the pattern magic circle on the side. "Your Honorable Lord Arthur, you have 1,000,000 divine gold coins in your account. How many divine gold coins would you like to withdraw?" The woman asked with a smile. She glanced at the display on the array and was shocked. However, it quickly faded away, and she asked with a smile. When Knight Andrew, who was standing behind David, heard the number, he couldn't help but be shocked. This number was definitely beyond his expectations. David realized that he didn't seem to know the price of a young warhorse. So he turned to Knight Andrew and asked, "Knight Andrew, how many divine gold coins would it cost to buy a young warhorse?" "Lord Arthur, the price of a young warhorse ranges from 500 to 5,000 divine gold coins. It depends on the quality of the young warhorse." Knight Andrew replied with a bow. "Okay." David nodded to Knight Andrew. He then turned to the woman behind the counter and said, "Give me 200,000 divine gold coins." "Lord Arthur, you've taken too much. You don't need that much." Knight Andrew reminded him softly. "The family castle needs to be repaired, and there are daily expenses. I don't think 200,000 divine gold coins is too much," David said casually. "The family castle's maintenance is a big project, but the daily expenses are actually only 20 divine gold coins for a month." Knight Andrew continued to explain softly. When David heard Knight Andrew's words, he couldn't help but realize the value of divine gold coins. It seemed that he really didn't think much of divine gold coins. However, he was still going to take out 200,000 divine gold coins. The portal ring was big enough anyway, so he had to prepare more for later use. The woman behind the counter saw that David didn't change his mind, so she operated the pattern magic circle. A white light flashed in front of her, and two big iron boxes appeared on the counter. "Your Honorable Lord Arthur, here are 200,000 divine gold coins." The woman returned the shadow leopard badge to David and said. David took the shadow leopard emblem and opened one of the iron chests. Immediately, a golden light entered his eyes. The iron box had space characteristics, but it wasn't too strong. The space inside the box was about 5 times larger than it looked from the outside. David took out a divine gold coin from the neatly arranged iron box. He held it in his hand and found that this divine gold coin was not ordinary. The divine gold coins were made of gold, but the divine gold coins were not pure gold. Inside the divine gold coins, Han Sun could feel a bit of energy. He could not tell what kind of energy it was, but the almost solid energy could ensure that the divine gold coins could not be forged. Chapter 626. Edna, thank you for your help. I'd like to buy a young warhorse. Do you have any recommendations? David asked Edna as he put the 2 metal boxes into his spatial ring. The Shrines of Wealth has a shop selling young warhorses. You can choose a young warhorse you like there. Of course, The young warhorses in the shrines are very expensive. You can also go to the trading area of the shrines. Who knows? Maybe you'll be lucky enough to find a better young warhorse. Edna introduced with a smile. She did not boast about her shop just because she belonged to the shrines of wealth. Instead, she gave a sincere suggestion. Let's go to the trading area first. If there's nothing suitable, we'll go to the shop. David decided immediately. Still led by Edna, they walked along the path in front of the shop. When they reached the end of the shop near the shrines of wealth, David heard a commotion in the shop. David walked into the trading area. It was divided into many small areas, and the goods were placed on the ground in front of him. Many people were discussing prices, making the place seem chaotic. Perhaps only the god of wealth would allow a trading area to exist beside his shrines. After all, it was too noisy and did not match the sanctity of the shrines. Damo City is the main city of Dashing Planet, and the trading area of the Shrines of Wealth is the largest and most complete trading area in the entire Damo City. That's why we have the best goods in the entire Dashing Planet. Edna proudly introduced to David. Where are the young warhorses? Bring me to them. David lost interest after a quick glance. The goods here were very ordinary. He would not care about these things. The resources related to night are inside. Please follow me. Edna quickly said when she saw David's disdain for the goods here. Under Edna's guidance, David arrived at the trading area of night resources. Here, David saw a display of night equipment. However, the equipment here ranged from the most common night equipment to level 1 night equipment. Even level 2 night equipment was nowhere to be seen. It was clear that not all night of the great world of God were wealthy. Night's resource trading area wasn't big. There were less than 10 stalls. At the edge, David saw 5 young horses. The way the knight chose the young horses was very simple. As long as he used his bloodline power to get close to the young horses, the stronger the bloodline power's reaction to the young horses, the more suitable the bloodline power was for him. Of course, if there really was a special breed of warhorse, it didn't matter if it was compatible or not. It would just take more effort to improve the compatibility in the future. David had read books about warhorses and understood some of the ways to choose young horses. He came to the side of the 5 young horses. The owner of the 5 young horses sat on the side. When he saw David approaching the young horses, he didn't move because he knew the origin of these young horses very well. It would be very difficult to sell them. Young horses were very particular about bloodlines. The young horses here didn't have a bloodline certificate. He used some tricks and illegal methods to breed warhorses. He sold the warhorses here to trainee knight who didn't have much wealth. People like David who had knight bodyguards behind him wouldn't buy the young horses here. David activated his bloodline power. Before he could put his hand on the young horses, the 5 young horses all turned to look at him with a flash of desire in their eyes. Sir Baron, let's go. There are no young horses suitable for you here. Knight Andrew saw this scene and immediately stood in front of David to separate the 5 young horses. He said softly, the reason why Knight Andrew did this was because the power of David's bloodline was too strong. Once the enemies of the Luce family found out that David's bloodline power was so strong, they would definitely not allow David to have time to grow. They would kill David before he could become a knight. There are too many people here. If someone who understood bloodline power found out something was wrong and spread the word, David would be in danger. Okay, I'll have to trouble Edna to take me to the young horse shop. David didn't know why Knight Andrew did this, but when he revealed his bloodline power just now, he found that the 5 young horses were too ordinary. None of them made him want to be close to them. In the books about war horses, it mentioned the compatibility of choosing a young horse. It was not only the choice of a young horse for a knight, but also the choice of a knight for a young horse. Edna brought David out of the trading area. Some people in the trading area saw David's abnormality after he revealed his bloodline power. Because these people didn't show any obvious malice, David didn't feel anything. The young horse shop was next to the trading area. This was the place where knight resources were sold. It was much more advanced than the trading area. David saw grade 2 equipment, potions, strengthened meat, and training equipment here. Knight Andrew looked at the grade 2 armor with envy. David couldn't help but think that he hadn't seen Knight Andrew's armor yet. Even Andrew's warhorse didn't have a horse armor. One had to know that even David's warhorse was equipped with a set of horse armor made of rank 3 materials. David decided to observe more. If Knight Andrew showed enough loyalty, he would change his equipment for Knight Andrew. Baron Arthur, please come with me. Edna was more familiar with this place than the trading area. She brought David to the young horse shop in the shop. There were only 3 young horses here, even fewer than the trading area. But unlike the trading area, there was a corresponding information beside each young horse. This young horse has the bloodline of an alpine horse. The information of its parents and the first 3 generations is recorded here. Every young horse sold by our shrines is guaranteed to have the authenticity of its bloodline. Edna introduced as she pointed at a young horse. David glanced at the young horse. He didn't feel anything special, so he shifted his gaze to the next young horse. This one has the bloodline of a racing horse. Once it grows into a war horse, its speed will become its advantage. This is also the choice of most knights. Edna introduced the second young horse that David was looking at. David also didn't feel anything special. He felt that there was something wrong with the introduction in the book. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel close to the 7 young horses he had seen. This last one has the bloodline of a prairie horse. This war horse has great endurance and long mobility when it reaches adulthood. Edna continued to introduce. David shook his head. None of the young horses here had the feeling described in the book. He didn't know if he should just pick one randomly or look for more. Baron Arthur, if you don't find a young horse that you like, you can also make an appointment in advance. Once a new young horse arrives, we will inform you immediately. Edna quickly said when she saw that David didn't like the young horse. A warhorse's infancy was only a month after it was born. If it wasn't recognized by a knight within this month, it would lose the chance to become a warhorse. This type of young horse would also lose the ability to reproduce into a warhorse and could only be used as a normal horse. Therefore, after a warhorse gave birth to a young horse, if there was no knight in need of a young horse during this period, the young horse would usually be traded. However, there was no guarantee of a young horse's resources, especially in order to ensure the fighting power of a knight's warhorse. The frequency of breeding also needed to be paid attention. A normal warhorse could only breed 10 times in its lifetime. Any more breeding would not only damage the warhorse's fighting power, but also the quality of the young horse. A warhorse was actually very different from a normal creature. With the transformation of the knight's bloodline power, a warhorse had long become a transcendent creature. The breeding frequency of a warhorse was one of the highest among transcendent creatures. A normal transcendent creature could only breed once or twice in its lifetime. Just as David was feeling disappointed, he heard an extremely weak cry. He couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound and saw a young horse next to it. However, this young horse was lying on the ground, tightly curled into a ball. Its breath was extremely weak. What's wrong with this young horse? When David saw the young horse, there was an obvious sense of intimacy in his heart. His bloodline power also surged as he asked without batting an eyelid. There's no record of this young horse. I need to ask. Edna checked the young horse's condition and said with a puzzled look on her face. She walked to the side and found the staff in charge of the young horse to ask. Edna was also a sales staff, but her position was higher than normal sales staff. She was a senior sales staff that specialized in serving VIP customers. Edna immediately got the answer when she went over to ask. She returned to David's side within a minute. This young horse's condition is a little special. It's the offspring of a war horse that's close to level 3 and a transcendent forest leopard. When it was taken in, the young horse's condition was very good. However, after just 2 days, the young horse seems to be dying. Edna explained with a strange look on her face. David could not help but be stunned. The offspring of a war horse and a transcendent forest leopard meant that this was a freak that broke the racial segregation. It was no wonder that it weakened so quickly. When he thought about the young horse having the forest leopard bloodline, he more or less understood why his bloodline reacted. The Luce family's bloodline was the shadow leopard bloodline. Although it was not the same as the forest leopard bloodline, they were still leopards. What's the price of this young horse? David decided in his heart. He wanted to try and see if he could save this young horse and make it his warhorse. This young horse was fated to be with him. Otherwise, if he had come a day later, this young horse would have died. And the young horse just happened to have the leopard bloodline. David did not want to miss such a coincidence. Baron Arthur, this young horse has been confirmed by our professional breeder. It's unlikely to live past tomorrow. Edna reminded. It's okay. I just want to try. Of course, the price will be lower. David said with a smile. I can make the decision. This young horse will be sold to you for 100 divine gold coins. Edna saw that she could not persuade him, so she gave up and offered the lowest price. Edna did not ask for much. 100 divine gold coins was the lowest price for a young horse. The minimum price for a young horse sold in the shop was 100 divine gold coins. Even if it was a young horse carcass, as long as it was sold as a young horse, it had to abide by the rules. Deal. David was also straightforward. He took out 100 divine gold coins from his dimensional ring. Edna went through the formalities for David, then took out a bag and put the young horse inside. This young horse did not even have the ability to stand. In the natural world, if a young animal could not even stand, it meant that it did not have the right to live. David lifted the bag with the young horse and put it into his summoning ring. The young horse took up very little space so it could fit. After buying the young horse, it was getting late. David took Knight Andrew back to the castle. David rode his horse at a steady speed. Knight Andrew was 5 meters away from him, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Although Knight Andrew did not have David's shadow attendant, his instinct as a knight allowed him to sense that something was wrong when he was 8 kilometers away from the castle. Sir Baron, we have to be careful. I feel danger. Knight Andrew reported in a deep voice. Don't worry. I may not be a knight, but my combat ability is no worse than an official knight's. David said with a wave of his hand. The shadow attendant in the sky had already locked onto the enemies. They were 2 knights. Both knights had the emblem of a white leopard on the chest of their armor. The 2 knights were 300 meters ahead. They were hiding on both sides of the road, one on the left and one on the right. A hair-thin tripwire was in the middle of the road. If a warhorse without armor was blocked by this kind of tripwire, its legs would be very likely to be injured. There's a tripwire, David reminded. With David's reminder, Knight Andrew also noticed the tripwire and quickly stopped his warhorse. Baron Luce, you are not obediently staying in the castle. You're looking for death. The 2 knights saw that their arrangement was discovered, so they jumped out from both sides. One of the knights laughed and said, Who are you? David did not panic at all. The appearance of the 2 knights even made him a little happy. These 2 knights were about the same strength as Knight Andrew. Of course, this was under the premise that they were using the same equipment. The 2 knights and Knight Andrew were both beginner knights. They were relatively weak among the knights. This kind of strength was nothing in David's eyes. They were just small fries that he could easily destroy. However, David was interested in the souls of the 2 knights. Although the 2 knights were relatively weak, their strength was almost equal to the transcendent of the Interstellar Federation. The soul energy they provided to David was not any worse than the soul of the transcendent. Who are we? It doesn't matter who we are. Right now, you have 2 choices. One is to hand over your interspatial ring. Today, you took 200,000 divine gold coins. It's not safe to keep so many divine gold coins with you, so it's better to give them to us for safekeeping. The other choice is for us to capture you and take your interspatial ring. You'll be beaten up before you die. Choose the first choice, and you'll only be killed, not beaten up. The knight got on his horse and threatened. Chapter 627. Knight Andrew drove his horse in front of David and said softly to David, Sir Baron, I'll block them. You get on your horse and leave at full speed. His voice was very soft, but the 2 knights opposite him had already understood his idea. Rise, a knight said with a sneer. As the voice of a knight ended, a large number of thorns appeared on the road behind David and Knight Andrew, completely blocking their way back. In front of David and the knight Andrew, two knights completely blocked the road. If they wanted to leave, they could go through the woods on the side of the road, but David was not a knight, and he was not riding his own horse. His speed in the woods would be greatly affected. It could be said that as long as he entered the woods, he would be caught by the pursuing knight. So as long as the two knights blocked the front and back of the road, they did not have to worry about David being able to escape. Knight Andrew did not speak again. A set of knight armor appeared on his body. This set of knight armor was made of first-grade materials. In addition, he was holding a first-grade heavy sword. It could be said that his equipment was the worst knight equipment David had ever seen. Knight Andrew's body emitted a faint white light, and his eyes flashed with determination. He was not a genius, but because of his hard work, he was accepted as a knight attendant by the old Baron Luce when he was young. Starting from cleaning knight equipment for the old Baron Luce, he learned a little bit about knight knowledge, and the old Baron Luce also provided him with resources that he could. Old Baron Luce took Knight Andrew to fight in Warstar. It was also that opportunity that allowed the less talented Knight Andrew to have enough resources until he became a peak trainee knight. After that, there was a bottleneck period of nearly 10 years. The gap between their talents was completely revealed at this moment. No matter how hard Andrew worked, he could not become a real knight. In the end, the old Baron Luce was moved by the Knight Andrew's persistence. In addition, the Luce family also needed a loyal knight, so the old Baron Luce exchanged a level 3 strengthening potion produced by the Interstellar Federation for Andrew. The strengthening potion was a type of strengthening potion used by the Interstellar Federation to force ordinary people to become Kaji. The side effects were very strong. Normally, after using the strengthening potion to become a Kaji, one's potential would be exhausted. If one wanted to become a Kaji again, one would need many times more resources than others, and there was no guarantee of the effect. 99% of these Kaji would be stuck at the beginner level of Kaji for the rest of their lives. Of course, if they consumed a high-grade strengthening potion, they could still advance to the intermediate or advanced level of Kaji. However, a Kaji who consumed the strengthening potion would never become a transcendent. This was the biggest weakness of the strengthening potion. In the great world of God, there were knights who had a close relationship with the Interstellar Federation. During their communication, they discovered that the strengthening potion could also affect the promotion of a novice knight to an official knight. However, if a novice knight wanted to use the strengthening potion to become an official knight, they would need a level 3 strengthening potion, and it would also cut off the possibility of becoming an Earth Knight. The level 3 strengthening potion was considered a rare and precious potion in the Interstellar Federation. Because the main ingredient was level 3 strengthened meat, the value of the level 3 strengthening potion was relatively high. Even if the old Baron Luce had transcendent friends in the Interstellar Federation, he still spent a lot of money to get a few bottles of level 3 strengthening potion. The Knight Andrew was promoted through the level 3 strengthening potion. After he became a knight, he still trained hard. However, after many years of training, he was still a novice knight. Of course, the most important thing was that after the old Baron Luce returned to the great world of God, the Knight Andrew lost the supply of resources. Otherwise, he would have at least been able to increase his strength as an official knight. The Knight Andrew had always regarded the old Baron Luce as his father. He was willing to give up everything for the Luce family, including his life. Therefore, when danger came, his first thought was to protect David with his life. Knight of the Luce family, your equipment is almost the same as an apprentice knight. Since the Luce family has mistreated you, why don't you come to our family? The knight on the opposite side saw Knight Andrew was ready to fight, so he couldn't help but mock him. The Knight Andrew only coldly looked at the two knights. He was calculating how to let David leave safely. David was wearing a long robe. His right hand was covered by the robe, so no one saw that a crossbow had appeared in his right hand. This crossbow was his spoils of war from Battlestar. However, with the power of his bloodline, he could easily control this crossbow. He installed a level 2 crossbow bolt on the crossbow. The surface of the bolt seemed to have a black mist rising. The distance between David and the two knights was only about 20 meters. For Sniper Master, Even if he didn't use a sniper rifle, but a crossbow, he wouldn't miss at such a distance. Especially when David used the sniper master's aura and killing intent concealment ability. He aimed the crossbow at one of the knights without letting the knight feel any danger. David didn't plan to expose too much of his strength. He thought that if he exposed too much of his strength, the enemy might invite a stronger knight. Besides, his strength was the means of the Interstellar Federation. It would be troublesome to use it in the great world of God. Move! The knight on the other side didn't want to wait any longer. If the road was blocked for too long, it would be troublesome if they were discovered. This place wasn't far from Adamantine City. They were more worried about the two guests in the loose castle, so they wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. The two knights exchanged glances. Their bodies flashed with white light, and their horses moved. Knight Andrew's body was tense. He didn't dare to charge. Once he did, he would expose David. In his opinion, David had no defensive ability. Without his protection, David could be captured as long as the enemy sent a knight. Just when Knight Andrew was ready to fight to the death, David finally got the best opportunity. A crossbow bolt with a white glow flew towards the knight in front. Since the two knights were charging, and the speed of the bolt was also fast and stealthy, it was already in front of the two knights before they noticed it. The knight in front tried his best to dodge, but the bolt still grazed the knight's armor and flew towards the knight behind him. The friction between the bolt and the armor created a spark. Because of this friction, the power of frost on the crossbow instantly exploded. With the side of the knight's armor as the center, everything within 1 meter was covered by the power of frost. The knight in front was affected by the frost energy, and so was his horse. However, the knight's charge allowed the knight to charge out of the range of the frost energy. The knight behind wasn't as lucky as the knight in front. The bolt hit him in the shoulder. In David's previous experiments, the bolt could penetrate the defense of grade 3 materials. Furthermore, the knight's armor was only of the 2nd grade. How could it possibly block the crossbow bolt? However, the knight was still hoping for a fluke. The power of the bolt would at most injure him a little. But when the bolt pierced his shoulder and went straight into his shoulder bone, he realized that something was wrong. He couldn't feel his entire shoulder, and this numbness quickly spread throughout his body. If the knight had lived on Warstar before, he would know that this was the effect of a grade 4 poison. Unfortunately, he no longer had the ability to think. His loss of control also affected his horse. After the horse's master was poisoned, the connection between them was instantly cut off, and the horse's soul was also affected. The warhorse, along with the rider, crashed into the frost energy and fell to the ground. Knight Andrew, who was ready to sacrifice himself, looked at the two knights in front of him in shock. He only saw a bolt flying towards the two knights, but he didn't expect this result. These were two knights, two official knights. Any one of them could defeat him, but these two knights were defeated by a single bolt. Knight Andrew, get rid of the knight in front, David ordered in a deep voice. Knight Andrew finally reacted. He spurred his horse and rushed towards the knight affected by the frost energy. If the knight was stronger, he could recover faster. This frost energy could affect a knight for more than a second. As the knight's strength increased, the effect would weaken. When Knight Andrew arrived in front of the knight finally got rid of the frost energy. But it was too late. He could only watch as Knight Andrew stabbed his heavy sword into the head of the knight. Before he died, the knight regretted his carelessness. He should have put down his mask. At least then he would have a chance to fight back. David sensed that the shadow attendant flew over and absorbed the two souls. He rode his horse to the knight's body. He gently moved his finger, and the poison pattern appeared, sucking back the grade 4 poison in the knight's body. He didn't want Knight Andrew to come over and collect the spoils. He didn't want to poison himself. Knight Andrew looked at David's movements. He didn't ask. Everyone had their secrets. As the head of the Luce family, the stronger David was, the happier he would be. Collect the spoils. Let's go back. David saw Knight Andrew standing there without moving. Yes, Lord Baron. Knight Andrew replied in a loud voice. He jumped off his horse and took off the equipment of the two knights. Since the two knights died, The 2 horses died as well. He also took off the armor on the horses. Knight Andrew put all the equipment on the back of the horse. He led the horse. It wasn't far from Loose Castle, so it was easy to walk back. David shook his head. Knight Andrew's equipment was really bad. Perhaps the most valuable thing was the summoning bag and the portal bag. The portal bag was used by Knight Andrew to store his equipment. Looking at the way he was collecting the spoils, Abel knew that the space in the portal bag was very small. The summoning bag was used to store the horse. It was much worse than David's summoning ring. David saw how excited Knight Andrew was, so he didn't help him collect the spoils. Knight Andrew, how should we deal with these 2 bodies? Should we report it? David didn't know how to deal with this matter, so he asked. These 2 knights are knights of the Atkins family. They are very powerful in Sturgeon City. Even if we report it, we may be countersued because we don't have any evidence. Usually we just directly dispose of the bodies in private battles like this. Knight Andrew explained. Then let's get rid of them. David frowned. He didn't like trouble. Knight Andrew kicked the 2 corpses into the forest and returned to his warhorse. That's it. David was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Knight Andrew to deal with it so simply. That's it. There are many beasts here. Although they don't dare to attack passers-by on the road, the bodies in the forest will be eaten by the beasts in a short time. Knight Andrew replied with a smile. David just remembered that this was the great world of God, not the Interstellar Federation. Beasts were rare in the Interstellar Federation, but everything on planet Deshung was very primitive. It was normal to have beasts. Tell me about the Atkins family? On the way back, David asked Knight Andrew, who was leading the horse. The Atkins family is a new family. They started with business on planet Deshung. This kind of aristocratic family doesn't have enough heritage, but after many years of intermarriage, they also obtained the blood of the snow leopard and changed their coat of arms to the snow leopard coat of arms. Knight Andrew's tone was full of disdain when he talked about the Atkins family. For aristocrats, it wasn't that they couldn't do business, but in the family business, the income from the territory had to account for more than half of the income. Then why did the Atkins family attack me? David continued to ask. For the inheritance of the Luce family, the Atkins family spent a lot of divine gold coins to recruit knights to strengthen the family. But in the end, they didn't have enough heritage. Even if they found a way to obtain the blood of the snow leopard, they didn't have a matching inheritance. The blood can be obtained through intermarriage, but no aristocratic family would pass on the inheritance to outsiders. Knight Andrew replied. David finally understood the thoughts of the Atkins family. They wanted to capture him and force him to hand over the inheritance of the Luce family. The snow leopard bloodline of the Atkins family and the shadow leopard bloodline of the Luce family were both leopard bloodlines. Although the knight inheritance of the Luce family might not be completely compatible with the snow leopard bloodline of the Atkins family, it was still the most suitable knight inheritance apart from the snow leopard bloodline family. In addition, the Luce family was currently weak. Although they had the title of an ancient family, they couldn't be compared to the Atkins family in terms of strength or wealth. In their minds, dealing with the Luce family was a very worthwhile thing. At most, they would spend some divine gold coins to bribe everyone in Harmer City. As long as they could obtain the inheritance of the Luce family, the Atkins family would become a true aristocratic family with an inheritance. They would no longer be unable to produce an Earth Knight due to the incompatibility of bloodline and skills. Chapter 628. My God, what's going on? Steward Jason came out of the castle to greet Andrew. When he saw the knight's equipment on Andrew's horse, he was not surprised. Instead, he was worried. Steward Jason, 2 knights from the Atkins family, are trying to ambush the Baron. Andrew's excitement disappeared as he replied. The relationship between Steward Jason and Knight Andrew was that of an elder and a junior, so the conversation between the two was not like a normal conversation between a knight and a steward. Instead, the Knight Andrew was very respectful to Steward Jason. I'm sorry, Master. I didn't think of this. Steward Jason bowed to David and apologized. It's okay, it's my decision. David waved his hand and said, Who saved you? Steward Jason turned to Knight Andrew and asked. He knew the strength of the Knight Andrew. It was impossible for him to kill 2 knights. Steward Jason, didn't you see the crossbow shot by the Baron? He took care of 2 knights in 1 shot. Knight Andrew exclaimed excitedly as he retreated. Don't tell anyone about the master's means. It's better if fewer people know about it, Steward Jason said. In fact, Steward Jason was very happy. Although David had the power of blood, he had not learned it. His potential could not be compared to his actual strength. Listening to Knight Andrew's words, at least it meant that David had the ability to protect himself. This was a good thing for the Luce family who was in danger. Where are the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes? David looked at the castle. He did not sense the presence of Priest Forbes, so he asked aloud. They went fishing by the lake. They won't be back until evening. Steward Jason replied. Then let's go in first. I have something to tell you, David said and waved his hand. Back in the castle hall, Knight Andrew pushed the 2 sets of knight equipment on the ground and stood aside. His eyes swept across the equipment on the ground from time to time with envy. When Andrew was promoted to a knight, the Luce family was at its weakest. It was not easy to prepare a set of level 1 equipment for him. Old Baron Luce truly had obtained many benefits on the War Star, but because he had been heavily injured, he had paid an enormous price to stabilize his injuries. However, he had also lost the ability to continue fighting on the War Star. After returning to Dashing Star, they were suppressed by the Atkins family. It was difficult to sell the crops produced by the family, which made the Luce family even more difficult. Under such circumstances, the old Baron Luce was unable to prepare a decent set of knight equipment for Andrew. Although the knight Andrew yearned for the equipment on the ground, he suppressed his desire. According to the rules of loot, the death of these 2 knights was almost entirely due to David's contribution. Besides, Knight Andrew was David's subordinate knight. Even if he obtained loot, he would still have to hand it over. Knight Andrew, the equipment here is too poor. You can choose one of these 2 sets of knight armor. There's no need to choose a weapon. I have a heavy sword here. You can use it, David said as he took out a level 3 heavy sword from his space ring. After going through many battles, David's spatial ring had stored quite a number of grade 3 weapons. Just a grade 3 heavy swords alone numbered a few. Knight Andrew was happy when he heard David agree to let him choose a set of equipment. But when he saw the level 3 heavy sword that David took out, he could not help but be stunned. He had never thought that he would one day own a level 3 heavy sword. No matter how weak he was, a level 3 heavy sword could raise his fighting strength to the upper echelons of knights. Although a knight's fighting strength did not depend entirely on equipment, but the best equipment could still bring a substantial increase to a knight's fighting strength. Quickly thank the master. Steward Jason stretched out his foot and kicked Knight Andrew, reminding him softly. He was also happy for Knight Andrew. Being able to receive a reward from David also showed that David recognized the Knight Andrew. In the future, Andrew would be valued in the family. Steward Jason was not stupid. Being able to take out a level 3 heavy sword, David was definitely not a simple person. Knight Andrew could be valued by David like this. His future would be bright. Thank you, Sir Baron. I pledge my life to serve the family, Knight Andrew said in a deep voice as he knelt on the ground and received the level 3 heavy sword with both hands. In the future, Steward Jason will prepare your training resources for you. You can leave now. David waved his hand and said. Knight Andrew ran out of the hall with the equipment, leaving only David and Steward Jason. Master, the family's financial situation is very bad. Knight Andrew's training resources are currently very difficult to come up with. Although Steward Jason knew that David was going to get divine gold coins this time, he did not think that David could come up with too many divine gold coins, so he reminded him softly. Here are 100,000 divine gold coins. Take it and use it for the castle's repair and the family's daily expenses. David said to Steward Jason as he used his mind to take out a big iron box from the space ring. 100,000 divine gold coins. Steward Jason could not help but look at the big iron box on the ground as he muttered to himself. When he saw the big iron box, he believed David's words. He recognized this big iron box. This was the space treasure box that the Shrines of Wealth prepared for their big customers. This kind of space treasure box could only be regarded as the lowest level space item. There were a lot of patterns on the surface of the space treasure box. The function of so many patterns was to reduce the quality of the materials used and convert the quality into volume. The larger the space treasure box was, which also made the space treasure box unable to be used as a portable space item. This also greatly reduced the value of the space treasure box. Because the space inside the space treasure box was lacking key space materials, it could only be expanded by the space pattern. Therefore, the space inside the space treasure box could not be in a static state and could only store some things that were not easy to decay. But in any case, the space treasure box was a magic item, and it was a space item that could only be made by the Shrines of Wealth. Master, you need to hire the best etiquette teacher and a knight who is good at teaching enlightenment to guide your training. You also need to hold a banquet to announce your inheritance to the nobles in Danmore City. Although Steward Jason was shocked by the 100,000 divine gold coins, he quickly came back to his senses and began to decide the use of these divine gold coins. Previously, due to the family's tight financial situation, there was no place for him to use his skills. Now that he did not have to worry about the divine gold coins, he had to do what he needed to do before. You have to arrange for an etiquette teacher as soon as possible. Night initiation, David said, thinking about it in his heart. He was confident that according to the family's leopard breath breathing technique, he could activate the blood power in his body and become a trainee knight. But after all, it was a new training system. He also wanted someone to teach him in detail so that he could avoid detours. Arrange for night initiation as soon as possible. I bought a young warhorse this time. I hope there will be an initiate night coming in the next 2 days. As for the banquet, let's talk about it later. David continued. Yes, master. Steward Jason bowed and replied. Now that there were foreign enemies, it was indeed inappropriate to hold a banquet. It was easy to get an initiate night. There were a few famous initiate knights in Adamant City. Now that he had enough divine gold coins, it would not be a problem to invite them. An etiquette teacher, on the other hand, was more troublesome. He needed to make an appointment in advance because a really good aristocratic etiquette teacher was very popular. Whether it was aristocrats or wealthy merchants, they would hire aristocratic etiquette teachers to help teach the younger generation. David did not pay attention to Steward Jason's attitude. That was the steward's business. He returned to his room and took the young horse out of the summoning ring. The young horse was even weaker now. David was worried that after a while, the young horse would not be able to hold on. David took out a gene repair cabin from the Dimension Ring. This was something he had brought from the Interstellar Federation. The gene repair cabin used Krypton energy. David operated the cabin on the interface and set it to extract the young horse's genes. He put the young horse into the cabin and did not use the common gene repair fluid. Instead, he extracted the young horse's genetic data. David thanked Dean Constable in his heart. Among the Grandmaster researcher abilities that Dean Constable had left him, there was a lot of research knowledge. Among them, the production of gene repair fluid was the most common one. He quickly operated the interface on the gene repair cabin and adjusted the ratio of the gene repair fluid according to the young horse's genes. This was a very easy job for a Grandmaster researcher. 5 minutes later, the gene repair fluid that was made according to the young horse's genes was completed. David then opened the gene repair cabin. The gene repair fluid flowed into the cabin and wrapped up the panicked young horse. David comforted the young horse with his mind. The young horse enjoyed his comforting mind. In addition to the gene repair fluid's treatment on the young horse's body, the young horse gradually regained its vitality. It was not that the young horse could not be healed. The Shrines of Wealth could heal the young horse if they wanted to. However, with the young horse's current state, the level of the healing fluid needed was too high. The value of the young horse was not worth the cost of the healing fluid. Naturally, the Shrines of Wealth would not use the more valuable healing fluid to save a young horse. One had to know that although the young horse was very special, it lacked the proof of its bloodline. This made the young horse's value far less than the 3 pure-blooded young horses. David felt that the young horse's vitality was recovering. It also opened its lively eyes. David and the young horse looked at each other. David was very proud. The reason the young horse was on the verge of death was because of the collapse of its genes. The genes of creatures born from different species were unstable. Even if it was born, it could die at any time. Perhaps the great world of God could use advanced healing fluid to save the young horse, but it was not easy to make a complete recovery. However, David used the Interstellar Federation's technology to treat the young horse's genes. This was the right treatment. An hour later, when the young horse came out of the gene repair pod, it could already walk freely. David put the gene repair pod into the infinite space ring and took out some special feed for war horses to feed the young horse. After doing all this, he summoned the shadow attendant. He pressed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder and guided the soul energy of the two-night into its body. Just like before, he let the shadow attendant absorb half of the soul energy and let him absorb the other half. Feeling the soul energy enter the soul space and turn into a thin mist to nourish the soul fortress, David felt a slight increase in his spirit. After letting the shadow attendant open the attribute panel, his spirit increased by 0.02. Just as he thought, the soul of a knight was almost equivalent to the energy provided by the soul of a transcendent. David let the shadow attendant list the knowledge balls produced by absorbing the souls of the two knight today. Immediately, 2 knowledge balls were moved out from the group of knowledge balls. He focused his mind on the 2 knowledge balls, and the 2 knowledge balls sent back detailed information. Secret of Thorns, 95% mastery, and Knight's Battle Formation, 78% mastery. To David's surprise, both of them were knowledge balls that he could absorb. In the Interstellar Federation, among the knowledge balls he received, there were fewer and fewer valuable ones. He didn't expect that coming to the great world of God would make him feel the same as when he first got the shadow attendant. At that time, as long as he was a soul, he could get a useful knowledge ball. Secret of Thorns, 95% mastery. This knowledge ball reminded David of the scene where the knight waved his hand and a large number of thorns suddenly grew and blocked the path. He didn't expect to get this kind of secret technique. This Secret of Thorns could be very useful sometimes. David let the shadow attendant transfer the Secret of Thorns, 95% mastery, into his body. Then, his vision blurred and he entered an illusion. In the illusion, he possessed the knight and practiced this secret technique from a young age. He used his mind to draw the thorn's growth pattern so that the thorn seeds could quickly grow into a large number of thorns. The Secret of Thorns was a very special ability. After the Atkins family got this secret technique, they found many knights to practice it. However, this secret technique required a very rare talent. In the end, only one knight successfully practiced it. This knight became an important means for the Atkins family to trap their enemies. This time, they knew the true power of Knight Andrew of the Luce family, so they only sent 2 knights to capture David. If it was the original Arthur, the probability of being captured was almost 100%. Unfortunately, they met David. Even if David didn't want to reveal too much of his power, he wasn't someone that 2 beginner knights could deal with. David opened his eyes. This Secret of Thorns that could only be learned with a special talent had become his secret technique. However, he didn't have the thorn seeds, so he couldn't use this Secret of Thorns for the time being. The stronger the thorns used in the Secret of Thorns, the stronger the power of the secret technique. Chapter 629. Thinking about the thorn seeds, David couldn't help but think about the portal bags he got from the 2 dead knight. He opened the portal bag and didn't see anything interesting, so he just put away. Maybe there were thorn seeds in the portal bag. He was immediately interested. David took out the 2 portal bags. The portal bag in the great world of God was similar to the portal bracers in the Interstellar Federation. Almost every official knight here had one. David used his spirit to check the 2 portal bags again. This time, he saw something he didn't notice before. Because of the power of blood, he could use portal bags that required blood power to open. Plus, the portal bag's original owners were dead, so the two portal bags didn't even have any defense. David used his spirit to take the small bag of seeds out of the portal bag. This was the only bag of seeds in the two portal bags. He opened the bag. Although he had never seen thorn seeds before, he was already very familiar with them after absorbing the knowledge of the secret of Thorn's light ball. So when he saw the seeds in the bag, he immediately recognized that they were thorn seeds. There were a total of 43 thorn seeds, and they were the best thorn seeds he had seen in the illusion. Some thorns were planted by professionals. Through various methods and countless years of cultivation, thorns were cultivated into a stronger and more luxuriant variety. Some were directly taken from the wild. The 43 thorny thorn seeds that David had obtained were specially cultivated. Every time he used the thorny thorn secret skill, one thorny thorn seed would be consumed. This made the thorny thorn seed a kind of resource. He looked around the room. He didn't test the thorn seeds here. It wasn't a good time to test the secret of thorns either. David summoned the shadow attendant and checked the other knowledge ball. It was a night formation, 78% mastery, knowledge ball. Although it was only a master-level knowledge ball, it was the night formation knowledge he needed the most. He asked the shadow attendant to channel the night's battle formation, 78% mastery, knowledge into his body. This time, the illusion didn't last long. All kinds of night battle formations were transmitted into his mind. Many of the formations were similar to the ones Kaji had learned from the Interstellar Federation. Of course, due to the greater combat power and the increased speed of the warhorse, the changes in the battle formations were more complicated. If David were to learn by himself, with his superior mental strength and comprehension ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the level of proficiency. However, it would still take a lot of time to reach the level of proficiency. This night battle formation knowledge made up for his lack of night battle formation knowledge and saved him a lot of time. Master, it's time for dinner. The two lords are back. Jason's voice came from outside the door. David looked at the time and didn't notice that it was time for dinner. The dishes for dinner were not good. Of course, this was what the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes thought. In fact, the dishes were very sumptuous. However, the dinner was not cooked by David himself. So, no matter how sumptuous it was far inferior to the casual cooking of a Grandmaster chef. David, on the other hand, was very satisfied. He had seen Steward Jason's ability. After returning in the afternoon, he had given Steward Jason some divine gold coins. Steward Jason had improved the dishes to such a degree during dinner. This was enough to show how capable Steward Jason was. During the meal, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes were very polite and did not comment on the dishes. However, during the break after the meal, they expressed their dissatisfaction. The break after dinner was actually a time for communication. This was also a tradition of the nobles in the great world of God. Baron Arthur, we won't be staying in the castle for a few days. Although it's rude to let a baron like you cook, I still hope that you can cook at least one dish for every meal. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs requested with a smile. No problem. I was too busy to remember. David agreed. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes stayed to help him. How could he refuse such a small request? He scanned the space ring with his mind. There were still some dishes stored in the space ring. Through tonight's dinner, he also understood the situation of the ingredients in the great world of God. When he was free, he could use the ingredients here to make Grandmaster dishes. Did something happen today? Priest Forbes asked aloud. When he returned, he saw Knight Andrew change into a knight's armor. There was also a set of horse armor on the warhorse. This should not have attracted his attention. However, there were obvious traces of polishing on the chest of the knight's armor. That was where the coat of arms was drawn. It was easy to imagine where the armor came from. Priest Forbes immediately thought of the expression on the faces of the servants. It was a proud expression. This expression would only appear when the master had an outstanding battle record. 2 knights from the Atkins family wanted to attack me. Knight Andrew and I took care of them. David replied with a smile. Damn it, the Atkins family did not put us in their eyes at all. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs said angrily before Priest Forbes could say anything. He and Priest Forbes had stayed in the castle to let others know that they were here. They wanted to make those who wanted to deal with David hesitate. However, the Atkins family's actions were a direct slap to his and Priest Forbes' faces. When I return to the shrines, I will teach the Atkins family a lesson. However, the shrines can only give the Atkins family some trouble. We can't make them suffer too many losses, Priest Forbes said in a deep voice. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs was also helpless. Although he had some power, it was still difficult to deal with the Atkins family, who was a powerful force on planet Dashing. In the end, a minister like him had ways to deal with commoners and merchants. However, he did not have much of a deterrent effect on the nobles. At most, he could only interfere with the Atkins family's affairs. His influence was very small. Baron Arthur, if you need to hire a high-ranking knight, I can introduce a few to you. They are all trustworthy knights, Priest Forbes said after some thought. Priest Forbes knew how much divine gold David had. Although hiring a few high-ranking knights would cost a lot, it would definitely not hurt David. If a few high-ranking knights could solve David's problems, he felt that it was reasonable to spend some money. No need. I will think of a way to deal with it myself. David shook his head. David had other ideas in his mind. The two knowledge orbs made him very interested in the Atkins family. He didn't know how many knights there were in the Atkins family. That meant that there were many knight-related knowledge orbs. In addition, it could also increase his spirit, so he couldn't wait to go to the Atkins family. However, he didn't have any information about the Atkins family. This was not the Interstellar Federation. Without the help of information, he wouldn't be able to do things smoothly. If you need anything, just send me a message at the Shrines of Justice. Priest Forbes thought that David was a little reserved, so he said with a smile, if I want to buy some information, do you have any recommendations? David nodded and asked, of course it's the Thieves' Guild. Although the members of the Thieves' Guild are all thieves, ruffians, and hooligans, I have to admit that their information is very accurate. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs replied with a smile. I don't know where the Thieves' Guild is on planet Dashung, but that's easy to do. You just have to send someone to the department store in the city to send message. Naturally, someone will take the initiative to contact you. Priest Forbes continued. The Thieves' Guild and the department store were dependent on each other. If you wanted to sell the stolen goods, the department store was the best way to do so. Almost all the department stores were more or less related to the Thieves' Guild. Some department stores were even owned by the Thieves' Guild. David's conversation with the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes let him know a lot about the great world of God. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes were sent to the guest room by the servants. David found Steward Jason and arranged to contact the Thieves' Guild the next day. The next day, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes didn't continue to play. Instead, they went to Sturmin City early. They were anxious to regain their face. They went to Sturmin City to contact their own forces through their own methods. They wanted to cause some trouble for the Atkins family. After David had his breakfast, he wanted to find a place to test out his thorny secret technique. However, before he could do anything, he was stopped by Steward Jason. Steward Jason bowed and reported to David, Master, the Initiate Knight, Eds, has arrived. So fast. David was surprised. He didn't expect Steward Jason to invite an Initiate Knight so quickly. He then asked, Do you need me to go out and greet him? Steward Jason quickly said, You are a baron. Knight Eds is only a quasi-noble. Of course, you don't need to greet him. David nodded. He knew he lacked the knowledge of a noble. He just needed to listen to Steward Jason's arrangements. David sat in the hall. Soon, Knight Andrew came in with a tall middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was more than 2 meters tall. The most eye-catching thing about him was that his shoulders were very wide. His whole body gave people a sense of oppression. David also saw Knight Andrew. He hadn't seen him in the morning. When he appeared, he was wearing a set of armor. It was the spoils of war from yesterday. However, he had a new shadow leopard coat of arms on his chest. It seemed like he disappeared in the morning to do this. Ed's knight came in front of David and gave a knight's salute to David. The Honorable Baron Arthur, Ed's greets you. Before Ed's night came in, Steward Jason told David about the etiquette. Therefore, David also stood up and responded to Ed's night with a jerky noble salute. Ed's night saw David's jerky noble salute. However, after Steward Jason sent someone to find David yesterday, he inquired about some information about David. As an illegitimate child, Arthur could inherit the title of Baron. In Ed's knight's view, he was extremely lucky. Because he was an illegitimate child, it was normal for Baron Arthur to not be familiar with noble etiquette. Knight Ed's, what do I need to prepare for a knight's initiation? David asked Ed's knight. If you can afford it with your wealth, then it would be best to prepare a young warhorse. A knight's first training will require a quiet training room. I will set up a spirit-gathering circle inside, so your first training will be smoother. Of course, before that, I will need to confirm the concentration of your bloodline power. Different bloodline power concentration will require different preparations. Knight Ed said after thinking for a while, I have prepared a young warhorse in a quiet training room. As for the concentration of my blood power, you can consider it the highest concentration, David said with a smile. When Ed's knight heard David say the highest concentration, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't believe it in his heart, but he couldn't verify it. He was only here for the initiation, so he could only prepare according to David's instructions. However, he thought about what to prepare in case something went wrong. Preparing according to the highest concentration of blood power required a richer energy environment. The richer the energy environment, the better. The more suitable the environment, the better. Next, Ed's knight didn't say anything more. He went to the underground training room under the guidance of Steward Jason. David was curious, so he followed. When they arrived at the underground training room, Knight Ed's took out many small discs from his portal bag. He calculated while placing the small discs on the floor of the training room. These small discs were all made of level 1 materials. There were patterns drawn on them, and they were hollow in the middle. Knight Ed's placed a total of 18 small discs in the training room. After the arrangement, he placed polished krypton in the middle of each small disc. After doing this, Knight Ed stood in the center of the training room. A white light flashed in his hand, and the white light formed a special pattern in the air. This pattern was like a switch. As soon as it appeared, it activated the 18 small discs at the same time. The 18 small discs formed 18 energy sources. The pattern on the small discs guided the energy of the krypton and scattered it in the training room. Baron Arthur, are you sure you have the highest concentration of blood power? Ed's knight Ed's confirmed for the last time after finishing the arrangement. Yes, I won't joke about my knight's path. David nodded seriously. Well, please sit here. I will stand behind you and assist you in your first training. Ed's knight Ed's said as he placed a cushion in the middle of the training room. David came to the cushion and sat down. He felt a rich energy wrapped around him. This was the place where the energy was the most concentrated in the entire training room. There was energy entering his body as he breathed. Please recite the inheritance method in your heart. If there is no mistake, we can proceed to the next step. Ed's knight Ed said aloud. Chapter 630. David recited the panther breath breathing technique in his heart. Although he was 100% confident that he could memorize the panther breath breathing technique, he still listened to the knight of Ed's instructions. No matter what legacy technique it is very easy to get started. The only troublesome part is the activation of the bloodline power. The knight of Ed's continued after David stopped reciting the panther breath breathing technique. Arthur was 21 years old. Even David's real age was 19 years old. This age had long surpassed the normal knight's age of initiation. Normally, a knight's age of initiation was determined by the time the person matured. Most of them were between 14 and 16 years old. Some were even earlier, while some were later. However, very few of them were over 18 years old. David's situation was not common. Every person with the bloodline power was extremely important to the great world of God. No family would ignore someone with the bloodline power. It must be known that with the bloodline power, one had the foundation to become a knight. As long as one threw in enough resources, one could at least become an apprentice knight. Protecting the safety of a region was not a problem. If one was talented enough, becoming an official knight, or even a higher-level knight would allow the family to become even more powerful. If divine gold was the foundation of a family's economy, then knight was the foundation of a family's stability. If one had a large amount of divine gold without the protection of a corresponding knight, then it was just a piece of fat meat that people coveted. Just like the Luce family, they had an ancient knight legacy. However, because they lacked the protection of a powerful knight, they became the target of the Atkins family. In fact, even without the Atkins family, the Luce family would continue to weaken and attract the attention of other families. Follow the legacy technique's breathing technique and activate your bloodline power. Let the bloodline power flow through your body with your breathing. The Knight of Ed's instructed. David went through the panther breath breathing technique in his mind. He had already simulated the panther breath breathing technique before, but he had not actually practiced it. Now, he listened to the Knight of Ed's instructions and began to activate the bloodline power in his body according to the panther breath breathing technique. Beginner's breathing technique. As the breathing technique was activated, the bloodline power seemed to be activated and began to move along with the breathing technique process. Every time he inhaled, the energy in the training room would be absorbed into David's bloodline power. When he exhaled, it would bring away the few impurities in his body. The Knight of Ed's was observing David's breathing so that he could immediately discover David's mistakes and correct them. He was a knight's knight, was a master knight. He knight was knight, was knight, was knight knights, was knight knight. He was very experienced, was knight, had times knight's knight. While David was using the leopard breath breathing technique, the Knight of Edec could feel the energy in the air suddenly rushing towards the center. This made his face change. The 18 small discs were the initiatory arrangement of a top-grade bloodline power, and the reaction of the energy in front of him didn't seem to be that of a top-grade bloodline power. Knight Ed's immediately understood that he had met a genius today, a genius with an extremely powerful bloodline talent. Without any hesitation, Ed's knight once again took out the small disc from the portal bag and quickly filled it with krypton crystals, adding it to the entire energy-gathering circle. This time, he only stopped after he had doubled the size of the disc. The Knight Ed's no longer thought about earning divine gold this time. The only thing he thought about was that he would become the teacher of a genius knight. Such an honor was enough to benefit him for the rest of his life. For this glory, he was even willing to make a loss. David didn't know what Knight Ed's was thinking. His mind was completely focused on his body. As he started panther breath breathing technique, his bloodline power was constantly absorbing and fusing with the flow of energy. At first, David didn't notice the flow of his bloodline power. After the bloodline power flowed in his body, he found that it was drawing a special pattern in his body. As soon as this special pattern appeared, the speed of energy absorption increased. David didn't see the state of his body at this time. He was sitting on the seat cushion, his whole body emitting a faint white light. In the white light, a huge pattern was appearing. He was surprised to find that the transcendent power in his body was almost squeezed out of his body like impurities. The pattern in his body almost occupied most of his body. Although the transcendent power was being squeezed, he didn't feel any decrease in strength. Before, the bloodline power only passively strengthened his body, making his body slowly stronger. But after the guidance of panther breath breathing technique, the bloodline power carried a large amount of energy and flowed in his body in a way that was drawing a special pattern. Because his bloodline power was too strong, his bloodline power did not stop during the drawing process. Instead, it formed a complete pattern inside his body. David didn't know how different the pattern in his body was compared to other knights during their initiation. When a normal knight was initiated, the bloodline power was like a paintbrush, and the energy was like ink. The paintbrush was dipped in ink to draw the pattern in his body. Only where the paintbrush reached would the body be strengthened by the bloodline power. This made the trainee knight unable to fight for a long time after their initiation. This was because the trainee knight needed to master how to quickly transfer the bloodline power to the position where the knight needed to attack. For example, when a novice knight threw out a punch, his arm muscles needed to be strengthened by the strength of bloodline. Therefore, he had to transfer the strength of bloodline into his arm in time, so that he could complete the punch with the strength of bloodline. But David was different. His entire body was now filled with the bloodline power. No matter how he attacked, it would be strengthened by the bloodline power. Of course, this wasn't the only benefit he got. The bloodline power flowing in his body was also strengthening his body. Other people would only strengthen where the bloodline power flowed to, but David's body would be strengthened as long as he used the panther breath breathing technique. After an hour of training, the circulation of the leopard breathing technique became slower and slower. When David opened his eyes, his first training as a knight had also come to an end. He sensed his body and found that it was slightly different from before. The biggest difference was that although the bloodline power in his body had stopped, it was no longer disorderly like before. It still maintained a pattern. Of course, this was only for David. The bloodline power of the other trainee knight was only a small part of the pattern. Baron Arthur, did you form a pattern in your body? Knight Eds asked softly when he saw David open his eyes. Yes. What does this pattern mean? David nodded and asked, I don't know what the pattern in your body is. This is a secret of each person's ability. If you want to understand patterns, you should learn about patterns. But patterns are inherited knowledge of alchemists. We knights don't have the time to learn alchemist knowledge, even if we have enough spirit. Knight Eds shook his head. What's the use of the pattern? David asked again. Knight Eds was a beginner knight. If David didn't know anything, he would ask immediately. After all, he had paid divine gold coins. Patterns have basic effects and additional effects. The basic effect is that no matter what kind of knight pattern it is, it has the effect of increasing strength, vitality, and speed. It's just that different patterns have different focuses. The additional effects are based on the characteristics of the ability. The knight pattern produced also has special effects. For example, the additional effect of a top-level fire ability is that every attack has an additional burning effect. Of course, this ability is extremely rare. Normal knight patterns only have basic effects. Knight Eds patiently explained to David. David nodded. He knew that he would have to slowly study the knight pattern in his body. The panther breath breathing technique was only a knight training manual. It didn't record the corresponding training experience. If old Baron Luce hadn't died, perhaps he could have explained to David the effects of the knight pattern produced by the panther breath breathing technique. Baron Arthur, what percentage of the knight pattern does the bloodline power in your body account for? Knight Eds asked curiously. Judging from the energy that David had absorbed, Knight Eds understood that the bloodline power in David's body was far beyond the top-level bloodline talent mentioned before. Therefore, Knight Eds wanted to know the specific value so that he could accurately understand David's true talent. What percentage of the knight pattern does the bloodline power account for? Isn't the knight pattern completely made up of bloodline power? David didn't understand the meaning of Knight Ed's question. Knight Ed's eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. He didn't believe that David was lying. Because David had just undergone the knight initiation, he didn't know what the knight pattern should be. Therefore, what David said could only be the actual situation in David's body. Baron Arthur, your talent. Knight Eds couldn't think of any adjectives to use to describe David's talent. David saw Knight Ed's expression and understood that he had said something wrong. Knight Eds, I hope you can keep this a secret for me. You also know the current situation of the Luce family, David said in a deep voice. Of course, it is my duty to keep a client's secret. Your talent requires the best training environment. I will give you this set of 36 spirit gathering circles. I hope you can grow as soon as possible, Knight Eds said without hesitation. As he spoke, he took out a thin book from his portal bag and handed it to David. David took the book and found that it was a guide to setting up a spirit gathering circle. It seemed to be a set of instructions for the formation circle. 90 Ds. How many divine gold coins does this spirit gathering circle cost? I can't let you spend. After the initiation process, David naturally understood the benefits of this spirit gathering circle. He was a little reluctant, but he also didn't want to take advantage of 90 Ds. This spirit gathering circle has been with me for many years. After buying it, I only used 9 formation circles at most. In my hands, this spirit gathering circle has always been a waste. As for its value, how can it compare to the glory of me enlightening you? 90 Ds said with a wave of his hand. Although the spirit gathering circle was precious, as 90 Ds said, it hadn't played its true role for many years. 90 Ds giving away this spirit gathering circle was equivalent to confirming that David was an enlightened knight. If David accepted the spirit gathering circle, he wouldn't deny his identity as an enlightened knight. 90 Ds thought that as long as David didn't die, then David's future would be at least a sky knight. 90 Ds heard that a knight whose bloodline accounted for 50% of the knight's bloodline would become a sky knight in the future. In comparison, David would almost certainly become a sky knight. It was even possible for him to become a temple knight. Whether it was a sky knight or a temple knight, they were all existences that he couldn't reach. He hoped that one day, when he introduced himself, he could tell others that he was an enlightened sky knight. I'll accept it. David saw Knight ED's insistence, so he didn't refuse. He decided to repay ED's 90 Ds in the future. Next, let's sign the contract with the young warhorse. 90 Ds had a smile on his face. His enlightening work wasn't finished yet, so he continued to guide. Knight Andrew, bring my young warhorse. David ordered outside the door. Knight Andrew had been waiting outside the door with the young warhorse for a long time. When he heard the sound inside, he brought the young warhorse in. The young warhorse was no longer weak like before. As soon as it saw David, it immediately trotted to David's side and gently rubbed its body against David, showing a very intimate gesture. This warhorse is not a pure-blooded warhorse. Are you sure you want to sign a contract with it? 90 Ds was very concerned about David. When he saw the young warhorse, he immediately noticed the problem and reminded him, I know, this is the offspring of a level 3 warhorse and a transcendent forest leopard. David heard the concern in Knight ED's voice, so he explained. Knight ED's thought of the Luce family's coat of arms. Rumor had it that the Luce family's bloodline was the shadow leopard bloodline. David chose a warhorse with the transcendent forest leopard bloodline, which was compatible with his bloodline power. Perhaps this non-pure-blooded warhorse wasn't a good choice for other knights, but for David, who had the bloodline power of the shadow leopard bloodline, it was an excellent choice. I can only say that Baron Arthur's luck is very good. You were able to find a young warhorse that matches your bloodline power. When this warhorse reaches adulthood, it will be compatible with your bloodline power and have more possibilities. Knight EDs exclaimed. Warhorses could be replaced. Some knights could sign a contract with a new warhorse after their warhorse died. However, the first warhorse had an irreplaceable meaning. The first warhorse grew up with the knight, no matter if it was in terms of cooperation or tacit understanding. The future warhorses couldn't compare. More importantly, the bloodline power in the first warhorse was purer and more vigorous because it grew up with the knight. Chapter 631. Knight EDs hesitated for a moment. Then he took out a magic talisman from his portal bag. This is a warhorse contract talisman made by a master alchemist. It can increase the connection between a knight and a warhorse. I hope it can help you. Knight EDs said as he handed the magic talisman to David. For an ordinary knight like Knight EDs, it was very rare to see a master alchemist. This warhorse contract talisman was something he got by chance. But for a knight like Knight EDs who hardly participated in battle, his warhorse would never die. How could he use such a good warhorse contract talisman? Besides, a warhorse contract talisman made by a master alchemist was also a waste on an ordinary warhorse. Knight EDs, you've given me too much. David didn't take the warhorse contract talisman. Instead, he shook his head and said, The day I became a knight, I dreamed of becoming a powerful knight. Although I no longer have the possibility of becoming a powerful knight, I still hope that one day a powerful knight will appear. Your appearance has given me the hope of realizing my dream. I just hope that your starting point on the path of becoming a knight can be more perfect. Knighty Dees said as he put the Warhorse contract talisman in David's hand. David nodded. He had seen information about the Warhorse contract talisman in his family's library. This was also what he needed. Knights could also use their mind to draw a Warhorse contract pattern to sign a contract with a Warhorse. But there was a better choice, and that was to use a Warhorse contract talisman made by a professional alchemist. Although the Warhorse contract talisman could only slightly increase the connection between a knight and a warhorse, even the slightest difference in battle was enough to become a fatal flaw, especially a Warhorse contract talisman made by a master alchemist. It could increase the connection between a knight and a warhorse. This was definitely the most important thing for a knight's initiation. Okay, let's begin. Knighty Dees said in a deep voice. The young warhorse opened its lively eyes and looked at David. David held the Warhorse contract talisman in his hand and connected with the pattern on the Warhorse contract talisman with his mind. Instantly, the Warhorse contract talisman turned into two white lights and went into David and the young warhorse's mind. The white light that flew into David's mind turned into a complicated pattern. At the same time, the pattern sent him a message to accept the contract. This wasn't a language, but a way of communicating on the spiritual level, followed by the contents of the contract. David believed that the young warhorse would understand the contract talisman. The young warhorse contract talisman. The young warhorse contract talisman. Of course, the knight's life. The young warhorse contract talisman warhorse contract with the young warhorse contract had the knight's life. However, the young warhorse contract didn't have this condition. In other words, the warhorse would have to sacrifice its life to protect the knight. The contents of the contract were very transparent. This was guaranteed by the power of the rules of the world. The young warhorse's information included everything that the knight and the warhorse had to undertake. However, this wasn't without a trick. The young warhorse's intelligence wasn't high. Even if the contract used spiritual communication, the young warhorse couldn't fully understand the contents of the contract. Just like the young warhorse in front of David. David had saved the young warhorse, so the young warhorse had a special relationship with David. When the contract appeared, the young warhorse agreed without any hesitation. After David agreed, he felt the young warhorse's thoughts. It was a simple feeling of closeness. It felt like David was family. David couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke the young warhorse's body. The young warhorse responded with satisfaction. Baron Arthur, the next step is the most important. You need to transfer the bloodline power in your body to the warhorse's body through massage. The first time, try to control the amount of bloodline power. After that, you can slowly increase or decrease the amount of bloodline power according to the young warhorse's reaction. Find the amount of bloodline power that is most compatible with the young warhorse. The Knight of Edese reminded. The Knight of Edese taught David how to massage the young warhorse, the weight of the massage technique, and various points to pay attention to. Although David had read books on warhorse breeding, the knowledge in books was still different from real-life operations. The Knight of Edese gave David the most detailed explanation based on his years of experience, which saved David a lot of detours. After an hour of teaching, the Knight of Edese had finished explaining everything he knew. Before you massage the young warhorse, you need to turn on your life sharing to prevent accidental damage to the young warhorse. The Knight of Edese reminded again. Generally speaking, the life sharing on the warhorse's side was turned on at any time. When the knight was injured, the damage would be transferred to the warhorse. Because the warhorse had been instilled with the bloodline power of the knight, it had long become a transcendent creature. Its vitality was extremely strong, and it could give the knight a second life. In battle, unless the knight was fatally injured, the damage could be transferred to the warhorse. However, the young warhorse was not a transcendent creature. Even if it was treated by David's genetic repair fluid, its life was still extremely fragile. During this process, if David used the bloodline power to massage it, he could accidentally injure the young warhorse or even directly kill it. David used his will to connect with the life-sharing contract with the warhorse, and he turned on the life-sharing contract. Then, he followed the method taught by the Knight of Hades and massaged the young warhorse with the bloodline power for the first time. Because David's will was extremely strong, it was very easy for him to control the bloodline power. He pulled out a thin strand of the bloodline power and massaged the young warhorse with his hand. This strand of bloodline power also entered the young warhorse's body. Although it was only a strand of bloodline power, and it was the first time David had cultivated bloodline power with a small amount of energy, it was still not enough for the young warhorse to bear. As David's fingers massaged, the young warhorse's skin and muscles were damaged as the bloodline power entered. Fortunately, the young warhorse had been in a near-death state before, and it had experienced even more unbearable things. Although it had been passing on its grievance to David, it did not avoid David's fingers. David's life force in his body was transferred to the young warhorse, and the damage of the young warhorse was quickly repaired. David suddenly realized that his lost life force was being replenished by the battle angel bones at a faster speed. This meant that he could use his life force to replenish the young warhorse's life force without worrying about his own life force being damaged. If the Knight of Hades was not beside him, he would have increased the bloodline power. Anyway, under the life-sharing contract, as long as there was enough life force, there would not be a problem. Seeing that David had finished massaging the young warhorse, the Knight of Hades smiled. This enlightenment was finally over. From today onwards, David was an apprentice knight with his own warhorse. Baron Arthur, my work is done. You need at least 10 days to consolidate. During this time, you can't fight. The knight pattern in your body has just formed. If you force yourself to fight, it may cause your knight pattern to collapse. The Knight of Hades reminded David. Thank you, Knight of Hades. You have helped me a lot. David stood up and bowed to express his gratitude. After sending off the Knight of Hades, it was already lunchtime. David, who was in a good mood, went to the kitchen and made 2 dishes under the helpless gaze of the castle's chef. Butler Jason, who had heard the news, was also very helpless. Cooking was an extremely demeaning thing for a baron to do. However, Butler Jason knew David's cooking skills. It was a dish that was praised by the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes. Butler Jason said a few words to the chef and servants working in the kitchen to prevent them from talking nonsense. Then, he thought of looking for an aristocratic etiquette teacher as soon as possible. During lunch, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes were, of course, extremely happy. The 2 perfect dishes made them feel that life should be like this. Master, someone wants to see you. After lunch, David, who was sitting in the lounge and drinking a drink, saw Butler Jason quickly walk in and whispered in his ear, Gentlemen, I have some matters to attend to. Please excuse me, David said to the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes. When he walked out of the lounge and arrived at the hall, he saw a middle-aged man in plain clothes. This middle-aged man's appearance was extremely ordinary. He was the kind that people wouldn't notice if he was in a crowd. David scanned the middle-aged man with his mind power, but the middle-aged man didn't notice. In David's perception, this middle-aged man was just an ordinary person. Perhaps he was considered strong among ordinary people, but without the power of blood, he was just a strong, ordinary person no matter how much he trained. The Thieves' Guild's cross greets the Honorable Baron Arthur. The middle-aged man bowed and said, Someone from the Thieves' Guild. David looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. He was surprised that the Thieves' Guild's people came so quickly. In fact, when Jason sent someone to contact them, the Thieves' Guild immediately responded. They were prepared to come over in the morning, but when they learned that the Knight of Enlightenment, Hades, had gone to Loose Castle in the morning, the Thieves' Guild decided to visit in the afternoon. For the Thieves' Guild, a customer like Baron Arthur was a very good customer. Baron Arthur was very rich. There weren't many super rich people who had 1,000,000 divine gold coins in their accounts. In addition to the conflict between Baron Arthur and the Atkins family, The Thieves Guild saw an unlimited business opportunity. Not only did the Thieves Guild want to develop business with Baron Arthur, but they also wanted to actively contact the Atkins family. The Thieves Guild was best at selling information between two opposing parties to obtain more benefits. Butler Jason, arrange a quiet place for me. I want to talk to Mr. Cross in private. David turned his head and ordered Butler Jason. Yes, master. Butler Jason bowed and replied. Butler Jason brought David and Cross to an ordinary room. There was a reason for choosing a place to meet a customer. For a customer like Cross, who was a thief, he couldn't be arranged to be in the study room or the guest room. Mr. Cross, I want to buy all the information about the Atkins family. How much divine gold coins do you need to sell all the information you have to me? David didn't beat around the bush after sitting down and went straight to the main topic. 500 divine gold coins, and you can get what you want. Cross's eyelids twitched. He liked customers who didn't even ask for the price, so he offered a sky-high price. Is your information worth this price? David wasn't shocked by the price of 500 divine gold coins. He wasn't concerned about the price, but the quality. You can rest assured. The Thieves Guild can provide you with a list of all the knights in the Atkins family, a map of the family castle, a list of all the direct descendants, and a portrait. If you add some more divine gold coins, we can even help you contact a wandering knight. Cross patted his chest and guaranteed. A wandering knight was a general term. It referred to those knights who couldn't inherit the family title. A portion of these knights would carry out missions to earn benefits and increase their strength. Of course, a wandering knight's strength wasn't high. A truly powerful knight had more ways to earn money and didn't need to engage in such a profession. I don't need a wandering knight. I only need information. When can I get the information? David waved his hand and asked. I have the information you want with me. As long as you pay the divine gold coins, the information will be delivered to you immediately. Cross said with a proud smile. Before he came, he had already collected and organized the information on the Atkins family. He was just waiting for David to sell whatever he needed to David. However, he didn't expect David to want everything. This made him feel like he had profited greatly. This was the first transaction. In the future, when the conflict between the Atkins family and the Luce family intensified, there would be more information to sell. David's mind swept through the spatial ring, and 500 divine gold coins appeared in front of Cross. Cross breathing couldn't help but stop. 500 divine gold coins wasn't a small amount. Normal people couldn't come into contact with divine gold coins in their daily lives. They all used silver coins as the currency for transactions. Only nobles and merchants would use divine gold coins for transactions. Although the Thieves Guild had a big name, it was actually just an underground organization. The only people they could bully were those who received silver coins. There weren't many opportunities to come into contact with divine gold coins. This was the first time Cross had seen a pile of 500 divine gold coins in front of him. This is all the information on the Atkins family. Please keep it well. Cross carefully counted the divine gold coins in front of him. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he took out a stack of parchment paper from the cloth bag beside him and placed it on the table. David casually picked up the parchment paper. When he saw the contents, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Chapter 632. That night, David, who was sleeping on the luxurious bed in the master bedroom of the castle, suddenly opened his eyes. His feet touched the ground lightly without making a sound. Following that, he activated his innate ability underground stealth. His body sank into the stone floor and quickly disappeared from the bedroom. David didn't have to wait for his revenge. The enmity between him and the Atkins family had already been formed. Dragging it out would only give the Atkins family a chance to target him. To be honest, he didn't put the Atkins family in his eyes. A family without an Earth Knight, no matter how rich they were, wouldn't be a threat to him. Through the information, David also knew why the Atkins family had to deal with the Luce family. It was because the Luce family had the bloodline of a leopard knight. Moreover, the strongest knight in this inheritance was a powerful temple knight. In other words, the Luce family's inheritance was at least at the level of a temple knight. This was a huge temptation to the Atkins family that didn't even have an Earth Knight. The current patriarch was ambitious and wanted to lead the Atkins family to become a powerful family. Zero City, 200 kilometers away from Jim and Mo City, was no longer as lively as it was during the day. However, the Atkins castle outside Zero City was brightly lit. Because of the disappearance of the two knights, the patriarch of the Atkins family, Baron Chapman, had gathered all the knights to discuss how to deal with the Luce family. Although the two missing knights weren't strong, they weren't something the Luce family could deal with. Baron Chapman wasn't worried about the Luce family. Ever since the heir of the Luce family, Baron Arthur, returned, the protection of the Noble Affairs Office had ended. Although the shrines didn't want to see the disappearance of an ancient family, normal competition couldn't be stopped. Baron Chapman also didn't want Baron Arthur's life. He only hoped that Baron Arthur wouldn't be as stubborn as the old Baron Luce. He didn't have the guts to openly kill a baron. Once this matter was exposed, the consequences would be dire. The Noble Affairs Office would definitely intervene and launch an investigation. With the special ability of an alchemist, no matter how secretive he was, there would still be flaws that could lead to the destruction of the entire family. Therefore, from the very beginning, Baron Chapman wanted to capture Baron Arthur and force him to hand over the knight's inheritance. But now that the two knights sent by the family had disappeared, it was very likely that Priest Forbes had made a move. This made him consider how to deal with it. Shrines, shrines, shrines. In the hall, the 8 knights sat on both sides of the long table. Baron Chapman sat at the top of the long table. Baron Chapman looked at the 8 knights and sighed. 5 of the 8 knights were from the Atkins family. Including him, there were 6 snow leopard bloodline knights. The other 3 knights, including the 2 missing knights, were recruited through various methods. For these knights, the Atkins family had paid a huge price. But 2 of the 5 recruited knights disappeared in a blink of an eye. This was a big blow to the Atkins family. Lord Baron, I hope you can avenge the 2 of them, a knight said in a deep voice. He was the most powerful one among the few knights. Usually, he was the leader in the recruitment of knights. Therefore, his words represented the opinions of the other 2 knights. The recruitment knight knew very well what it meant for the 2 knights to go missing. With the strength of a knight, unless they were killed, there would always be a way to contact the family. I can understand your feelings, but first, we need to know who the enemy is. The Luce family only has 1 knight. That knight's battle strength is very low. He can't even defeat one of the 2 knights. Baron Chapman said, no matter who it is, they must pay the price for killing them. Please give me some divine gold. I will find a knight to do it. It won't affect the family. The knight said. Baron Chapman knew the benefits of hiring a knight, but it wasn't a problem of divine gold. Once a knight got involved, it was hard to say whether he could get the inheritance of the knight. The knight hunters weren't the knights in the family. Even these recruited knights would do their best for the family, because it was related to the benefits of the family. The knight hunters were all people who had lost the spirit of a knight. Maybe they would hide the inheritance of the knight in order to gain more benefits. I will consider this. I have decided to take all the knights to visit Luce Castle tomorrow to discuss the purchase of the knight's inheritance. It will also be a final warning to Baron Arthur. Baron Chapman waved his hand. Using the most powerful force to intimidate was the most common method used by nobles. However, the old Baron Luce of the Luce family was too stubborn and couldn't make him sell the knight's inheritance. However, it was different this time. Baron Arthur came from the Interstellar Federation. According to the information, he had just asked a knight to initiate him as a knight in the morning. This meant that Baron Arthur was just an ordinary person. Baron Arthur believed that the visit of 9 knights, including himself, would be enough to make Baron Arthur feel afraid. It would be easier to discuss the purchase of the knight's inheritance then. Most importantly, Baron Arthur grew up in the Interstellar Federation. The importance of the knight's inheritance to the people of the great world of God was probably not as clear as the people of the great world of God. Baron Arthur had just arrived and didn't know much about the great world of God, so he might be able to obtain the inheritance this time. As long as he obtained the inheritance, it would be easy to spend divine gold to hire a knight. Yes, Sir Baron. The 8 knights stood up and replied loudly, "Good, let's have dinner together. We will leave tomorrow morning." Baron Chapman said with a laugh. David circled around Atkins' castle and tossed out a total of 30 thorny seeds, each of which had a thorny growth pattern engraved on it. As he wandered around, the entire Atkins castle was silently surrounded by thorns. David's secret thorns technique was much more powerful than the secret thorns technique used by the knight and had a much wider range. This was because the thorn secret technique was related to the spirit. The stronger the spirit, the larger the range of thorns would be. The wall of thorns that David had set up was 100 meters thick from the inside to the outside. In addition, this kind of thorns was specially developed to trap enemies. It was almost impossible to break through the wall of thorns that was 100 meters thick in a short time. Atkins' castle's defense was indeed very tight, but the situation outside the castle was completely silent in the dark, so the guards on night duty didn't notice. Of course, it was only a matter of time before it was discovered. David glanced at the tallest watchtower in the castle. According to the records, there would normally be a knight stationed there. However, it was strange that there wasn't a knight in the watchtower today. Otherwise, with a knight's observation ability, he would have discovered the thorns outside the castle long ago. The reason why David decided to come to Atkins' castle tonight was because of the news that the head of the family, Baron Chapman, had gathered the knight of the family. This was the perfect opportunity to kill them all. If he missed it today, he would have to split up and kill the knight of the Atkins castle in multiple places. David activated underground stealth, and his body entered the outer defense wall of Atkins castle. He quickly passed through the castle and soon arrived at the watchtower. In the watchtower, 2 trainee knights were drinking wine in front of each other. A smoked chicken was almost finished. It was rare that the knight wasn't here today, so the 2 trainee knights finally had a chance to slack off. The fact that the 2 trainee knights were guarding here showed how important this place was to the Atkins castle. However, the 2 trainee knights didn't know about this. Maybe it was because they were tired from training during the day, or maybe it was because the Atkins castle had been too successful these past few years that they had let their guard down. Suddenly, one of the trainee knights looked behind his comrade with a terrified gaze. A large hand reached out from the wall behind his comrade and broke his neck. The trainee knight wanted to scream, but David came out from the wall and grabbed his neck. With a slight force, the trainee knight also fell to the ground. David waved his hand. It was actually quite risky for him to come here this time, because his strength was currently being suppressed. In his body, the transcendent power was suppressed to the edge by the Night Rune. He couldn't use it at all, so he couldn't equip the transcendent armor. David's Night Rune had just been awakened, so he didn't dare to risk losing his path as a knight and forcefully use the Night Rune to fight. Of course, even if he used the Night Rune, there was a limit to how much power he could increase. It was better for him to use the special strength increasing device to fight more easily. However, every time he used the special strength increasing device, his body would be damaged. Although he had the bone healing of the battle angel, it was still very painful. So now David was in a very awkward situation. His path as a knight had just begun, and he hadn't grasped the power of a knight. His transcendent power was completely suppressed, and his body wasn't strong enough to use the special strength increasing device. This made it difficult for David to use his power. This was also why David first set up a wall of thorns outside Atkins' castle and took over this watchtower. David took out the roaring sniper rifle from his portal ring and loaded it with a super large caliber grade 3 sniper bullet. This watchtower was at the highest point of Atkins' castle. Even if someone could break through the wall of thorns, they would still be within the sniper rifle's range. After doing all this, he looked at the stars in the sky with a faint killing intent. The shadow attendant flew to his side, and a short and fat figure appeared next to him. It was the assassin mantis puppet. David didn't want to rely on his own power to fight the knight in Atkins' castle. He had a better choice. Since he didn't want to leave anyone alive, the assassin mantis puppet was the best choice. Kill all living creatures. David ordered the assassin mantis puppet in a deep voice. A bloodthirsty light flashed in the eyes of the assassin mantis puppet. The flesh on its hands separated, and two blades appeared. The faint purple light was like a ghostly flame in the night. Without any sound, the assassin praying mantis puppet vanished into thin air before David's eyes. Baron Chapman was sitting on the main seat. He suddenly felt his heart palpitate. This sudden feeling made him look up. A full set of armor appeared on his body, and a war horse appeared next to him. He flipped over and got on the horse. He believed in his senses. This was the senses of a knight. He was only one step away from becoming an Earth Knight. If it wasn't for the fact that his ability didn't match, he believed he would have become an Earth Knight long ago. As Baron Chapman prepared to put on his armor, the other 8 knights also moved. Some of them sensed danger, while others reacted to Baron Chapman's actions. Instantly, the entire dining hall was filled with killing intent. The 9 knights set up a knight battle formation with Baron Chapman as the center. By now, even the weakest knight felt something was wrong. The entire Atkins castle was silent. There wasn't any other sound. Since the knight was eating here, the other servants wouldn't dare to rest. Not to mention the butler and guards, who were extremely busy. Due to the 9 knights battle formation, the tables and chairs were all thrown away. With such a big commotion, someone should have come to check it out long ago. But in reality, no one came. Atkins Castle was like a dead city. Get ready to charge out. Baron Chapman was worried, but he couldn't show it. Without knowing what was going on outside, going to the open field was the best choice. In this dining hall, the space for movement was too small. It was hard for the 9 knights to coordinate too well, and they couldn't display the speed of knight. As soon as Baron Chapman finished his words, the door of the dining room was opened. A short fatty walked in from outside the door. The little fatty's entire body was blood red, as if he had been bathed in blood. The assassin mantis puppet rarely enjoyed the thrill of killing. It was an instinct of the insectoids. Today, David's order was for it to kill freely, so it did not pay attention to the blood. It even intentionally let the blood cover its entire body. Level 4. Baron Chapman saw the blades on the assassin mantis puppet's hands. He didn't recognize them as the hands of the assassin mantis puppet. He only thought they were level 4 weapons. However, what made Baron Chapman even more fearful was the aura of the assassin mantis puppet. The assassin mantis puppet did not hide its level 4 insectoid aura at all. Therefore, in Baron Chapman's perception, the assassin praying mantis puppet was a level 4 expert with a pair of level 4 sharp blades. Chapter 633. Who sent you here? I can pay double, no triple. Baron Chapman looked at the funny and silly face of the assassin mantis puppet and found that the face had not changed since it came in. He changed his mind and said, I'll pay 10 times the divine gold coins. Let's go. David's consciousness in the assassin mantis puppet heard Baron Chapman's words and thought that Baron Chapman had chosen the wrong person to bribe. David, who was on top of the tower, saw the 9 knights through the eyes of the assassin mantis puppet. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. The information from the Thieves' Union was still very accurate. All the knights of the Atkins family were gathered here. As for the other people in the castle, they couldn't escape the thorny wall outside the castle, so David didn't need to stay on the tower. He jumped down from the tower, and when he landed at a height of 40 meters, he used a forward roll to reduce the force of his fall. The special strength increasing device could only increase strength, but he still had to do it himself to reduce the force. David stood up and used his legs to flip over a few walls. The entire castle was filled with chopped-up corpses. With the scale of the Atkins family, the castle naturally had a large number of guards and servants, as well as the direct descendants of the family. None of these people could survive. As long as they didn't hide in the secret room, the assassin mantis puppet's sense of life would know that they couldn't survive within the castle. When David walked into the dining hall, the assassin mantis puppet had already forced the 9 knight into a corner. Under the powerful aura of a rank 4 knight, the 9 knights didn't even have the courage to make a move. According to the ranking system of the Divine Great Worlds, these 9 knights were only 2nd level, while the assassin mantis puppet was 4th level. The difference between the two was simply too great. Baron Chapman saw David walk in. David had a faint knight bloodline power, so he knew that he was a trainee knight. Baron Chapman's heart calmed down a little. Compared to the assassin mantis puppet that he could not communicate with, David, who just came in with a cold expression, seemed easier to communicate with. As long as they could communicate, Baron Chapman believed that with his eloquence, he would have a chance to convince Abel to let them go. In order to survive, he was willing to give up everything. This night, please let us go. I'm willing to show enough sincerity. I guarantee that the price will be 10 times more than what you'll pay. Baron Chapman looked at this assassin mantis puppet that had stopped moving. He guessed that David's identity must be higher, so he opened his mouth and begged again. Baron Chapman, as long as I kill you, all the wealth in this castle will be mine. Why should I listen to you? David looked at Baron Chapman and said lightly, No, only I can open the family treasury. As long as you swear to God that you will keep us safe, I will open the family treasury. You can take whatever you want from the treasury. Baron Chapman said in an even more tempting tone, In the great world of God, swearing to God was a very solemn thing. The oath was guarded by the God of justice. If the oath was made after mentioning the God of justice, once the oath was broken, there would be a backlash from a mind. Especially for practitioners, breaking the oath of the God of justice would cause their cultivation to stop. I wonder if there is any treasury that can withstand a rank 4 weapons attack. David pointed at the assassin mantis puppet. However, David's words made Baron Chapman stunned. David seemed to realize that he might have said something wrong. In fact, any treasury was protected by a special magic circle. The size of the treasury depended on the owner's wealth because it required krypton crystals to maintain. A treasury protected by a magic circle could not be forcefully opened before the energy of the treasury was completely depleted. A rank 4 weapons attack would only increase the consumption of krypton crystals. It would still take a long time to open the treasury. Baron Chapman was curious about David's lack of knowledge in this area. He thought of the enemies of the Atkins family. Although the Atkins family had made many enemies during their growth, David did not understand the basics of the great world of God, so he immediately guessed David's identity. Baron Arthur, you brought people to attack my Atkins family. Aren't you afraid of being investigated by the Noble Affairs Department? Baron Chapman shouted. Baron Chapman was already regretting. If he knew that the Luce family had a rank 4 expert, he would not have dared to offend them. Who would know that I was here? David asked with a smile. No, you don't know the power of the Noble Affairs Department. Even if we were all dead, their alchemists would still be able to find clues. Baron Chapman was still trying his best. Stop struggling. I just want to ask, did someone order you to attack the Luce family? David shook his head and asked. Baron Chapman did not expect David to ask such a question. His face showed a stunned expression. He wanted to lie, but David saw through him. No need to say anything. I know the result. David waved his hand to stop Baron Chapman from answering. David also realized that he was overthinking. He had always faced powerful enemies. When he changed his identity to Arthur, he thought it would be the same this time. A powerful force was using Baron Chapman to attack the Luce family. That was why he showed himself. He wanted to know the truth from Baron Chapman. David used his mind to give the puppet assassin mantis an order. Then the puppet assassin mantis flashed and rushed into the knight formation. The knight in front waved their weapons and welcomed the puppet assassin mantis. However, when their weapons fell, they realized that their target had disappeared. Then the knight realized that their bodies had been cut open. The 8 knights in front of Baron Chapman did not have the space to deploy their knight formation. In addition, there was a huge difference in power. In an instant, the puppet assassin mantis casually cut them into pieces and fell to the ground. The knight's ability to share life with the warhorse did not save the knight's life. This kind of fatal injury could not be healed by the warhorse. Instead, the life force of the warhorse was instantly depleted. Baron Arthur, you colluded with the evil god to destroy the Atkins family. The Noble Affairs Office will not let you go. Baron Chapman saw his family's knight had all died on the spot and could not help but roar. The knight on the ground was his own son, his own brother, and 5 of the family's direct descendants were related to him by blood. The anger of seeing his family members die in front of him almost made him crazy. Baron Chapman seemed to have forgotten that he was the one who sent people to capture David. Otherwise, David would not have appeared here. Baron Chapman was only halfway through his words when 2 light purple rays swept across his body. His roar suddenly disappeared. The shadow attendant flew forward and absorbed all the souls. David was curious why Baron Chapman said that. When did he collude with the evil god? However, when he saw the assassin mantis puppet, he finally understood what Baron Chapman had misunderstood. Baron Chapman thought that the assassin mantis puppet was a follower of the evil god. This was because among the powerful fighters in the great world of God, only the knight could reveal their identity. The rest of the powerful fighters were not recognized. The assassin mantis puppet did not have the aura of a knight and did not use the fighting style of a knight. This explained the problem. If a level 4 fighter was recognized by the great world of God, then a deal with a family like the Atkins family, they did not need to be so secretive. As long as they revealed their strength, the Atkins family would naturally surrender. David shook his head. Baron Chapman probably had not been a battle star and did not know much about the Zerg. Otherwise, he would have recognized that the assassin mantis puppet's weapon was the Zerg's blade. Baron Chapman had a portal ring on his finger. The armor on his body was not bad, but after being swept by the assassin mantis puppet's level 4 blade, it had already been cut into pieces. David put away the usable weapons and portal equipment in the dining hall. Then he walked around the castle and let the shadow attendant absorb all the souls. He began to inspect the castle. Perhaps Baron Chapman thought that the Atkins family's treasury was very safe and secretive, but no matter how secretive it was just a decoration to the shadow attendant. Soon, the shadow attendant found the underground treasury. It was in Baron Chapman's bedroom. During this process, David checked the entire Atkins castle. There were no signs of life more than 100 meters underground. Outside the treasure vault, David looked at the treasure vault that was protected by the pattern. He then looked at the assassin mantis puppet beside him. The assassin mantis puppet stepped forward and waved its blades at the pattern on the surface of the treasure vault. The rune kept flashing. When the blade came in contact with the surface of the treasury, energy would shoot out in all directions. This was the first time David had seen something that could block the attack of a level 4 weapon. If it wasn't for the fact that the rune on the treasury had to be on the ground, it would have been a good defense for a large war machine. Unfortunately, once it lost its connection to the ground, the effect of the rune would disappear. After the mantis assassin had attacked dozens of times, David told it to stop. He didn't have the time to wait here for a long time. He entered the shadow attendant's body and controlled the shadow attendant to go through the protection of the rune circle and enter the treasury. No matter how strong the defense was, it would rarely be able to block a shadow attendant in a different dimension. David saw the situation in the treasury through the shadow attendant's eyes. This treasury was a bit bigger than the Loose family's, but not by much. In the treasury, the first thing he saw was the 10 portal bags placed in a row. It was very eye-catching. The shadow attendant flew over and entered the portal bag with his spirit. He found that it was filled with level 2 strengthened meat. With so much level 2 strengthened meat, just the resources alone would be enough for 100 knights to train for a year. However, considering the number of knights in the Atkins family, this amount of resources was normal. The 10 portal bags were only in the outermost row. Near the innermost row were 2 portal rings. The shadow attendant's spirit entered and found that it was actually filled with level 3 strengthened meat. The amount was enough for 2 knights to train for 3 years. David didn't know where the Atkins family got so many training resources, but it was probably one of the reasons why the Atkins family attracted knights. Further in were 3 full sets of level 3 knight equipment. It included armor, horse armor, heavy sword, short spear, round shield, and hundreds of books. They were all knight-related books. David let the shadow attendant take these items out of the treasury bit by bit. He hung all the portal bags on his body. The 2 portal rings and Baron Chapman's one were all strung together with a string around his neck. The space inside Baron Chapman's portal ring was even bigger than David's own. It was mostly filled with training resources and daily necessities. The rest of the items were put into David's portal ring. Because he had 4 portal rings, he had enough space to carry everything in the treasury. Of course, the treasury was only a part of the Atkins family's wealth. Divine gold coins seemed to be used normally, or for a business family, they were easier to obtain, so they weren't placed in the treasury. However, David had seen the treasury before. It was only locked and didn't have any rune circles to protect it. David came to the treasury and twisted the lock with one hand. He pushed the door open and entered. There were 5 shrines of wealth portal chests in the treasury. He opened them one by one. Every one of them was full. This meant that just these 5 portal chests had 5 million divine gold coins. David couldn't help but be shocked by the wealth of the Atkins family. The reason he could get 1 million divine gold coins was because he exchanged 10 billion of Interstellar Federation's assets for it. Although divine gold coins didn't have much of an effect on his strength, they allowed him to spend as much as he wanted in the great world of God. Looking at the time, it had been 5 hours since he came out. He calculated the time to return and didn't stay. Not long after David left the Atkins castle, the thorny wall that had lost the support of David's power of will exploded. These thorns that used the thorny growth pattern to grow quickly didn't last long. In their short lifespan, the characteristics of the thorns were raised to the limit. David returned to his bedroom before daybreak. When he did, he used stealth to enter. At that time, apart from a few guards on duty and some servants who had woken up early, the rest of the people in Luce Castle were still asleep. He entered his bedroom and immediately had the shadow attendant put all his spoils of war into the treasury. Right now, other than him, no one else could enter the treasury. It was the safest place. Chapter 634. David sat on his bed with one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. He could feel that the shadow attendant had absorbed quite a bit of soul energy this time. The normal people's soul energy was only a small part. The 9 Knights' soul energy had taken up most of it. Just like before, the soul energy was split into 2 parts. One part was absorbed by the shadow attendant, while the other part was absorbed by David himself. The turbulent soul energy entered David's soul space. It was rare for a soul energy rain to fall from the sky above the soul fortress. This meant that the amount of soul energy he had received this time was very large. David could clearly feel that after his soul was nourished by the soul energy rain, his power of will had increased by quite a bit. Shadow Attendant, activate the stats panel, David ordered in his mind. Then, his attributes panel appeared in front of him. Sure enough, his spirit had increased from 83 to 92. It seemed that his spirit was not far from 9. Every time his will reached a round number, his strength would increase. He was looking forward to it. With his current speed of absorbing soul energy, reaching 9 points was not difficult for David. Of course, he needed to have enough enemies for him to kill. Shadow Attendant, show me the knowledge orbs I received today. David ordered in his mind again. 9 knights had died today. In addition to the other people in Atkins Castle, the death toll was over 300, and they had obtained a large pile of knowledge orbs. This was also his biggest gain this time, and he began to count these knowledge balls. In the end, there were only 4 orbs that were useful to David. However, this still made David very satisfied. In reality, only the knowledge from the 9 Knight Souls was useful to him. The rest were normal people, and their abilities were normal. The 4 knowledge orbs were Riding Horse, 90% mastery, Throwing, 96% mastery, Heraldry, 87% mastery, and Eagle Eye, 67% mastery. Riding Horse, 90% proficiency. Needless to say, just by looking at the name, one could tell that it was the ability to control a warhorse. Although the great world of God also had spaceships like the Starry Sky flying ship, they usually used horses. More importantly, because of the relationship between a knight and a knight, most knights would ride a horse. After countless years of development, the knight's horsemanship had already reached an extremely high level. David also knew how to ride a horse, but he was still stuck at the stable state of the warhorse. He used his own agility to achieve the goal of controlling the warhorse. However, compared to the knight of the great world of God, the difference was too great. Knights could perform many unexpected movements when riding their warhorses. They could also cooperate with the weapons in their hands to display the battle skills of the knight. In a sense, a warhorse was equivalent to a knight's legs. The riding horse, 90% mastery. Knowledge orb was equivalent to directly allowing David to obtain the horsemanship of a knight for decades. Although the knight who provided the riding horse, 90% mastery, knowledge orb was not a horsemanship genius. He was able to stand out among the 9 knights in terms of horsemanship. He was also the strongest of all his abilities, so his horsemanship talent was not low. At least for David, if he practiced by himself, he would not be able to reach the 90% mastery level without a few years of practice. David ordered the shadow attendant to move the riding horse, 90% mastery, knowledge orb into his body, and then he entered the illusion. He spent decades in the illusion. During this period, he started learning how to ride a horse and performed all kinds of incredible movements while riding a warhorse. After coming out of the illusion, David felt that his relationship with his warhorse was like a part of his body. It was a pity that his warhorse was still in its infancy and would not be able to play its role for at least a year. There was probably no one like him who had just signed a contract with a young warhorse and reached the advanced mastery level of the riding horse. David then put his mind into the throwing spell, 96% mastery, knowledge orb. This knowledge orb was a basic weapon, but the weapon was the short spear used by knights. He had seen knights throw short spears on Battlestar. The power of the short spear could be said to be extremely powerful. With the power of the knight's bloodline, the short spear could cause great damage to the target from medium distance. The throwing spell made up for the weakness of a knight's mid-range attack. It was also a method of attack that a knight would use first when attacking. Of course, the power of the throwing spell was not only related to the control of the short spear, but also the quality of the short spear. A knight would generally use a short spear of the same grade or higher to attack the enemy, which would cause the most damage. The throwing spell, 96% mastery. Knowledge orb was transferred into David's body, and David entered the illusion. He possessed a knight and felt the process of the knight continuously throwing the short spear. The process of fusing the throwing technique knowledge light ball was very fast because throwing technique, 96% proficiency, was actually a technique of how to exert force more appropriately so that the throwing of the short spear would be faster, more accurate, and more powerful. The knight possessed by David only threw a few dozen times. After demonstrating almost all the throwing situations, the illusion ended. The throwing spell allowed David to grasp the ability to accurately throw the short spear while on horseback, while charging, while stationary, using his left or right hand, and so on. While on Battlestar, David had collected a few third-grade short spears. Coupled with the short spears of various grades he had obtained from the spatial items of the knight, he had enough short spears. David looked at the next knowledge orb. This time, it was the heraldry, 87% mastery, knowledge orb. This was another knowledge orb that David urgently needed. After fusing the heraldry, 87% mastery, knowledge orb into his body and entering the illusion, it took him a few months to memorize the heraldry knowledge orb. Only then did he understand the importance of heraldry. Heraldry recorded the heraldry knowledge of all the nobles in the great world of God. A noble's heraldry was a symbol of their status, and every noble family had their own heraldry. There were all kinds of heraldry images, and these images all had different meanings. For example, the Luce family's shadow leopard heraldry was the source of the Luce family's bloodline power. Many nobles liked to use the source of their bloodline power as their heraldry. Unfortunately, not all families were like the ancient Luce family, who could freely choose their own heraldry. For example, after the Atkins family obtained the snow leopard bloodline power, in order for the family to obtain the snow leopard heraldry, the family that originally had the snow leopard heraldry had no choice but to change their heraldry. This was how they obtained the snow leopard heraldry. However, heraldry was not an unchanging knowledge. The knowledge of heraldry needed to be constantly updated. David had just become a noble in the great world of God and had not experienced the changes of other nobles, so he did not receive any information related to heraldry. When there were changes in the inheritance of nobles, the Noble Affairs Department would write these changes into new heraldry and spread them through the noble's private channels. Finally, David checked the fourth knowledge ball. It was the Eagle Eye 67% Mastery knowledge ball. The Eagle Eye was a secret technique that allowed people to see further. It was also a secret technique that required a special talent to learn. Many families would cultivate a knight who had learned the Eagle Eye skill. A knight with the Eagle Eye skill had a great advantage in terms of safety, defense, and investigation. However, the Eagle Eye skill was limited for David. He had a shadow attendant. The shadow attendant could fly up to 100 meters to investigate. It was more effective than the Eagle Eye skill on the ground. During breakfast, the Minister of Noble Affairs said to David with a strange expression, "Baron Arthur, I can't stay here any longer. Minister of Noble Affairs, you promised to stay for 3 days. It's only the second day and you're leaving. What about Baron Arthur's troubles?" Priest Forbes said with dissatisfaction. David had faced life and death with them, and they were friends. Previously, the Minister of Noble Affairs had agreed to stay for 3 days, but now the Minister of Noble Affairs had to leave in less than 3 days, which made Priest Forbes extremely dissatisfied. "Priest Forbes, my friend, I'm not running away. I just received news from the Noble Affairs Department. I have something more important to deal with." The Minister of Noble Affairs said as he shook his head. "What's more important than Baron Arthur's safety?" Priest Forbes said with dissatisfaction. The Minister of Noble Affairs did not respond to Priest Forbes. Instead, he turned to David and said, "Baron Arthur, you don't have to worry about your safety anymore. The Atkins family that was hostile to your family was exterminated. Baron Chapman's body was dismembered in the family castle. This is good news for you, but it's troublesome for me. I have to deal with it." The Atkins family has been exterminated? David was surprised. He would not show any abnormalities in front of the Minister of Noble Affairs. Although he was friends with the Minister of Noble Affairs, it was better not to let the Minister of Noble Affairs know about this. "Yes, if I didn't know that you were initiated as a knight yesterday morning, I would have suspected you," the Minister of Noble Affairs said with a smile. In fact, when he heard the news, the first thing he suspected was whether it was David's doing. But then he remembered that David had just received his knight initiation yesterday morning. The knight initiation would prevent David from using the knight pattern for at least a few days. As for David's transcendent power, after the knight initiation, it was almost impossible for him to use the transcendent power without full control of the knight pattern. This was why the Minister of Noble Affairs did not care when he heard that David had become a transcendent. The transcendent power of the knight pattern was nothing compared to the transcendent power of the knight. After David became a knight, the power of the transcendent power was not worth mentioning. The Atkins family has been annihilated, and even Baron Chapman has been killed. No wonder you were sent to deal with it. You're probably just the first batch. I'm afraid the Noble Affairs Department will be busy from now on." Priest Forbes was shocked when he heard what had happened. "Yes, because they heard that I was here, they sent me to deal with it first. Later, the Noble Affairs Office will send more professional personnel. Even a master alchemist will come and use some means to summon the remaining souls to find out what happened that night." The Minister of Noble Affairs told David the investigation method of the Noble Affairs Office. Although the Minister of Noble Affairs and David had only known each other for a short time, they had established a good friendship. At the very least, compared to the Atkins family that he didn't know, David was more important as a friend. If this matter was really related to David, then his warning would allow David to plan ahead. When David heard the Minister of Noble Affairs' words, he felt relieved. At that time, the shadow attendant was there. How could there be any remaining souls? All the souls have been absorbed by the shadow attendant. Not to mention a master alchemist. Even a grandmaster alchemist would not be able to do anything. I hope they won't find anything," David said with a smile. He showed that he was on the side of the murderer. This was normal. If someone helped him kill his enemy, he should show his support. Baron Arthur, I'm afraid there will be investigators from the Noble Affairs Office. You just need to answer the questions normally. The Minister of Noble Affairs reminded him. David had misunderstood the impact of the death of a noble. The great world of God might not be as safe as the peaceful areas of the Interstellar Federation, but the nobles here were a privileged class. The assassination of a baron was a provocation to the entire noble class. The Noble Affairs Office would definitely investigate. David, who had a grudge against the Atkins family, would definitely be investigated. I don't care if they investigate me, but will someone frame me? David asked, showing that he was unfamiliar with the great world of God. Don't worry about that. You are also a noble with the title of baron. As long as it has nothing to do with you, no one can frame you. Also, I am your witness. You will not be in trouble. The Minister of Noble Affairs promised with a smile. Since the Minister of Noble Affairs has left, then I will leave too. Anyway, Baron Arthur's safety is not a problem. I will also return to the shrines early. Priest Forbes also had the idea of leaving early. He had planned to stay for 3 more days for David's safety. Now that David's safety was not a problem, he naturally did not need to stay. Since you are leaving, I will personally cook a few dishes to send you off, David said with a smile as he stood up. Chapter 635. After sending off the Minister of Noble Affairs and Priest Forbes, David returned to the training room. In the training room, the 36 formation plates were all activated, and the energy of the krypton crystals in the center of the 36 formation plates was gathered towards David, who was sitting in the center. The power of blood formed a pattern in his body, and it was constantly fusing with the incoming energy. When he was in the Interstellar Federation, David knew that the energy gathered by the krypton crystals could help the Transcendent train. At that time, he also obtained a source gathering plate from the Transcendent who was killed. This source gathering plate had the same function as the spirit gathering circle, but the difference between the two was too big. One could see the difference just by looking at how the spirit gathering formation plate only had a few grooves for krypton crystals, while the spirit gathering formation plate had 36 formation plates for 36 krypton crystals. David felt that he would not be a knight trainee for long. With his current progress, he would reach the peak of the knight trainee in 10 days at most. David had a very strong power of blood, which would make him a genius on the path of a knight. In addition, his physique had long surpassed that of an official knight, so the power of blood in his body could absorb the energy of the krypton crystals without any worries, and it would not cause any damage to his origin. Normally, a knight trainee would have to be careful if their body could withstand it. Unlike the recoverability of the body, if the origin was damaged, it could only be slowly recovered over time. If the origin was damaged, it could cause the level of the power of blood to drop. It could even cause the person to lose the power of blood and become an ordinary person. The origin of the power of blood was the dark red substance in David's spine. This origin was the foundation of the power of blood. People with the power of blood in the great world of God almost never changed their origin after birth. The reason why some knights were so talented and could easily break through the level of a knight trainee and become an earth knight, a sky knight, and even a temple knight was because of the powerful origin of these knights. Most knights could only stay at the level of a trainee knight. If they wanted to become an official knight, they would need to use a level 3 strengthening potion. These knights had very little origin in their bodies. David was lucky. He didn't have any problems in this regard. His origin had already reached its limit. The bones left behind by the battle angel not only greatly increased his physique and strength, but also gave him a powerful origin, which made his blood extremely strong. Although the battle angel skeleton definitely wouldn't only have this much power, David was too weak right now. He couldn't activate the battle angel skeleton at all. The benefits he received from the skeleton were only passive effects. After practicing the leopard breathing technique for an hour, David switched to the shadow sneak ability and then the swift sword technique. For the whole day, other than eating, he stayed in the training room. The bone of the battle angel provided him with an endless amount of life force, which allowed him to maintain the most vigorous energy for training. Training was something that consumed a lot of energy. In order to maintain the efficiency of training, the knight would consume an item before training to satisfy the consumption during training. Ever since David obtained the bone of the battle angel, he almost did not consume any resources. This was because the life force leaked out from the bone of the battle angel was enough to replenish the consumption of his training. Moreover, this life force was gentler than any strengthened meat and was easier to be absorbed by the body. While he was cultivating, David asked the shadow servant to activate the attributes panel. Looking at the basic attributes on the panel, he felt as if he had forgotten something. His consciousness entered the shadow servant's body, and he began to search through the countless balls of knowledge. Death Ray, talent requires transcendent energy. Mutated lightning, talent requires transcendent lightning energy. Energy armor, secret skill requires transcendent energy. Flame control, talent requires fire energy. Barbaric charge, talent requires constitution to be more than 5 points to use. Frenzied eating, talent requires special stomach acid. Lightning transformation, talent requires lightning energy. Lightning body, talent requires lightning energy to support. Titan strength, talent requires constitution to be more than 7 points to use. These were all the knowledge balls that David had collected in the past. He listed them separately. Now, some of them could be fused and become his own ability. Some of them could cause abnormalities in the body. Some of them still could not meet the requirements. For example, the Death Ray talent was originally the ability of the Cyclops beetle. Now that David wanted to learn it, he could learn it. However, the Death Ray would transform an energy channel in David's body. This energy channel would pass through his eyes. He did not know if there would be any negative consequences after this transformation. Even if there were no negative consequences, he would not be able to accept the fact that his eyes and appearance looked strange. Fortunately, due to the increase in David's will and the fact that the shadow servant was now completely under his control, he was able to grasp more detailed information about the knowledge balls without the interference of the bald man god. This meant that he would not regret his decision to fuse the wrong knowledge balls. David looked at the knowledge balls of these special abilities one by one. For example, if he had not practiced the Path of a Knight, he could have fused it before he became a knight. Now, he could not even use the transcendent power in his body, let alone learn the transcendent secret skill energy armor. In fact, what David wanted to fuse the most was lightning transformation and lightning body. He saw with his own eyes that the lightning scorpion was almost invulnerable to any attack after lightning transformation. With lightning transformation, he would at least have the ability to survive. Lightning body was the evolved version of lightning transformation. It was the ability of the lightning scorpion king. Unfortunately, the premise of these two abilities was the support of lightning energy, and David did not have any lightning energy in his body. Among so many abilities, he could only learn two: barbaric charge and Titan strength. His constitution had long exceeded 10 points. Barbaric charge only required 5 points of constitution, and Titan strength was higher, but it only required 7 points of constitution. Barbaric charge was the ability of the level 3 arachnid broken beetle. This ability relied on its strong defense to give the enemy in front a strong impact, and it could exert great power when holding a shield. Titan strength was the special ability of the level 4 arachnid Titan black beetle. This ability could directly enhance one's constitution and strength. David first let the shadow attendant guide the knowledge ball of barbaric charge into his body. As the knowledge ball entered his body, his vision blurred, and then he was already on the brown stone ground. He possessed the body of a broken beetle. This broken beetle was using its body to continuously hit a rock in front of it. David could feel that before the broken beetle hit, a strange pattern would appear in its body. This strange pattern was drawn by the broken beetle. It might not be accurate to say that it was drawn because the broken beetle activated this strange pattern as if it was an instinct. It did not use its mind to draw it at all. It was as if the strange pattern automatically appeared with a thought. Although he knew that barbaric charge was very scary when he looked at the details of the barbaric charge before, but after the broken beetle hit again and again, David became more clear about the power of barbaric charge. After barbaric charge was activated, as long as the target was hit by him in the process of charging, it would suffer double the impact of his strength, and at the same time, it would be accompanied by the effect of breaking bones. David's base strength was now 10 points, and his strength had reached 100,000 kilograms. After the enhancement of the special strength increasing device, coupled with the increase of the barbaric charge talent ability, a single charge could cause an impact of 2 million kilograms. Of course, David's body needed to be able to withstand such a huge explosion of power. This was his biggest problem at the moment. His strength had reached an extremely shocking level. Even his bones could easily withstand the impact of this huge force, but his muscles, skin, and other body tissues could not withstand such a huge explosion of power. Therefore, even if he wanted to use barbaric charge, he had to suppress his body's strength and not use it at full strength. After coming out of the illusion, David was still a little disappointed. Barbaric charge was a godly skill for a knight. When riding a warhorse, wearing armor, and holding a shield, using the impact of the warhorse and the defense of the armor and shield, the barbaric charge could be unleashed to its maximum power. It was just that he could not unleash the full power of barbaric charge, which made him feel like a hero who could not use his strength. Of course, this was not without a solution. As long as he could become an official knight, his body would be transformed by the power of the blood, and he would be able to unleash his full power without any damage to his body. David then ordered the shadow attendant to guide the Titan's power ball of knowledge into his body. This time, it did not enter an illusion, but a strange pattern was transmitted. This pattern appeared in his soul fortress. He focused his mind on this pattern, and sensed that it was called the Titan pattern. The Titan pattern was used to increase his strength and vitality by consuming his mind. With David's current situation, it could at most increase his strength and vitality by 2 times, but it would also burn a lot of his mind. For example, David's mind could only burn for 100 seconds. After 100 seconds, he would fall into a coma due to mental exhaustion. This was not because the Titan pattern was weak. On the contrary, the Titan pattern was very powerful. It was just that David himself was too weak. The Titan's power talent was the level 4 Titan Black Beetle. It was a level 4 Zerg without any other special abilities. Its only strength was its powerful vitality and strength. The main reason why the Titan Black Beetle did not have any other special abilities was because of this Titan's power. The Titan pattern absorbed all of the mind of the Titan Black Beetle. So while the Titan Black Beetle was losing its mind, it could still maintain the Titan's power operation. The Titan Black Beetle was a 4th stage insectoid. Its spirit was so strong that David simply couldn't compare to it. Luckily, when the Titan's power was fused with David, he could turn off the effect of the Titan pattern. Otherwise, he would not even have the strength to cry. Of course, if there was really danger, David's mind would remind him to not let the Titan's power knowledge enter his body. David tried to activate the Titan's power. He only activated it for 2 seconds and felt the effect of the Titan's power. He did not activate the special strength increasing device, so his strength was only increased to 200,000 kilograms in 2 seconds. This was the same as the Reckless Rush, but the application of the two was completely different. The Reckless Rush could only be used with armor or a large shield. It could only explode with twice the power at the moment of impact. However, the Titan's power was different. As long as David activated the Titan's power and had enough mind support, his every move would have twice the power. At the same time, his vitality would also double. The effect of the Titan's strength was to strengthen David's 2 most powerful Grandmaster abilities, the Heavy Axe Mastery and the Heavy Sword Space Cutting. It would greatly increase his combat strength. The most important thing was that the Titan's power could double his vitality, allowing his body to withstand a burst of power for a short period of time. According to his calculations, with double vitality, his body could withstand 2 million kilograms of power for 10 seconds. David finally smiled. At the very least, he didn't have to carefully calculate his power output before every battle. He could at least exert his full strength for 10 seconds. Although the battle angel skeleton had almost endless life force, it would still take time for his body to recover from injuries in battle. During this time, he would be at his weakest. It was just that the reckless rush and Titan's power could not be used at the same time. This was not because of the conflict between the two abilities, but because if they were used at the same time, David's strength would reach 4 million kilograms and his body would instantly collapse. Even the life force of the battle angel might not be able to save him. At that time, David would probably be the first knight to die from the backlash of his own power. Because the power was too strong, his body would collapse, but his bones would still be intact. David was immersed in training. In the outside world, the Atkins family being wiped out caused a huge uproar. The destruction of a barren family caused the nobles of planet Dashung to panic. The various families of planet Dashung also began to investigate. The various information dealers became the busiest people, spreading all kinds of real and fake information everywhere. Chapter 636. There were dozens of guards standing around Atkins Castle. They were all soldiers from Sorrow City. Their mission was to protect the scene and not let anyone get close. Within Atkins Castle, there was an icy white mist that filled the air. The white mist came from the various magic circles set up in the castle. The magic circles kept the temperature inside Atkins Castle at around 0 degrees Celsius. This way, the bodies wouldn't rot from the heat. At least before the Noble Affairs Department sent someone to investigate, this place had to remain undiscovered. This was a standard operation. Ever since the tragic state of Atkins Castle had been discovered, Sorrow City had arranged everything. The Minister of Noble Affairs stood outside the castle. He wasn't a professional investigator. Instead, he was here to coordinate the relationship between the Noble Affairs Department and the local government. This was so that when the Noble Affairs Department sent someone to investigate, it would be more convenient. It's here. The Minister of Noble Affairs looked up at the sky. There was a starry sky flying ship descending. It belonged to the Noble Affairs Department. The starry sky flying ship circled in the air, seemingly checking the situation of the castle, before slowly descending to the open space in front of the castle. The Minister of Noble Affairs went up with a smile, but when he saw the person coming down, his smile disappeared. The first person to come down from the starry sky flying ship was a middle-aged man wearing a Noble Affairs Department uniform. His eyes were sharp like an eagle's. This middle-aged man was the Minister of Noble Affairs, Drayden. He was also one of the rivals of the Minister of Noble Affairs. There wasn't much hatred between the Drayden Minister of Investigation and the Gershwin Minister of Noble Affairs. It was just that they belonged to two different factions in the Noble Affairs office. As long as there were people, there would be factions. The Noble Affairs Department was the same. Therefore, when the Minister of Noble Affairs saw Drayden investigating the Minister of Noble Affairs, his good mood disappeared. However, when he saw Drayden turn around to help someone down, the Minister of Noble Affairs hurriedly went up. The Minister of Noble Affairs bowed and said, "Alchemist Master Ikes, why did you come personally?" Alchemist Master Ikes smiled and nodded. The Noble Affairs Department took this matter very seriously, so I was sent here. Drayden's investigation, Minister glanced at the Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister. In fact, the reason why Master Ikes came in person instead of sending an alchemist was because his superior had invited him. On the one hand, the Baron's family had been exterminated. The nature of this case was extremely vile, and the Aristocratic Affairs Office needed to give the nobles an explanation. On the other hand, there was also the involvement of the Minister of Noble Affairs. When the Noble Affairs Department received the report of the case, they used the great world of God's intelligence network to investigate the Atkins family's network. He investigated all the factions that had a grudge against the Atkins family, and the most suspicious one was the Luce family. The new Baron of the Luce family, Baron Arthur, did not receive the education of a noble in the great world of God. Instead, he lived in the Interstellar Federation. In the eyes of the people of the great world of God, the Interstellar Federation was a place abandoned by gods. Without the protection of gods, the souls of the people of the Interstellar Federation were easily invaded by evil thoughts. This kind of case of exterminating a baron's family was extremely rare even in the great world of God. People of the great world of God rarely did this. Only Baron Arthur from the Interstellar Federation had a high possibility of doing this. When the investigation reached this point, Drayden's investigation minister discovered that Baron Arthur had a close relationship with the Minister of Noble Affairs. Originally, Baron Arthur and the Minister of Noble Affairs only had an official relationship. But after the Minister of Noble Affairs finished his mission, he stayed in Luce Castle and tried to influence the Atkins family through his own connections. When Drayden's investigation minister discovered this, he was overjoyed. With his judgment, the possibility of Baron Arthur being involved in the case was extremely high. Once it was confirmed that Baron Arthur was the murderer of the Atkins Castle case, then the Minister of Noble Affairs would be implicated. If they were to suppress him, they would be able to deal a heavy blow to the Minister of Noble Affairs and the faction behind him. It was because of this that Drayden's investigation minister requested for Master Ix to come along. In the past, the alchemists would collect evidence at the scene. If the alchemists could not handle it, then the collected evidence would be handed over to the Master Ix, and the Master Ix would handle it in the workshop. Master Ix were very busy. Other than their own research, they also had a lot of work to do. The Minister of Noble Affairs was also very confused. The arrival of Master Ix made him feel that something was not right. Master Ix's time is very precious. Don't get in the way of the Master Ix. Drayden's investigation minister said impolitely. The Minister of Noble Affairs fiercely glared at Drayden's investigation minister. The exchange of glances between the two made the atmosphere very tense. Master Ix did not care about the hostility between the two. His position in the Noble Affairs office was very high, so he did not need to rely on any forces. If Drayden's investigation minister's superior did not ask him to come, he would not have come in person. Master Ix walked to the gate of Atkins Castle. The gate was not closed. He took out a magic circle board and activated it with his mind power. Light flashed on a magic circle board along the pattern. Then, a pattern made of white light appeared on the magic circle board. Seeing that Master Ix had started working, Drayden's investigation minister and the Minister of Noble Affairs stopped looking at each other and quickly walked to Master Ix. Master Ix walked into the castle with the magic circle board. He ignored the corpses on the ground and only stared at the white pattern projected by the magic circle board in his hand. Master Alchemist Ix walked for 10 minutes and walked through more than half of the castle. He exclaimed in surprise, "Master Ix, is there a problem?" Drayden's investigation minister asked softly. The murder this time is not a knight. There are no soul fragments left at the scene. It's as if all the souls have been cleaned. Only an evil god's follower would do this. Master Ix explained in a deep voice. An evil god's follower is involved. Drayden's investigation minister was surprised and happy at the same time. He was surprised because if an evil god's follower was involved, then the incident would escalate to the point where a powerful knight would have to deal with it. If there were shrines nearby, knights would be the first to come and deal with it. He was happy because he suspected that Baron Arthur was involved. If this was confirmed, then both Baron Arthur and the Minister of Noble Affairs would not be guilty of a simple murder. "Let's go to the place where Baron Chapman was killed," Master Ix said to Drayden. "Let's go to the place where Baron Chapman was killed. The soul fragments of the knight may still be preserved." Baron Chapman was killed in the dining hall. There were 8 other knights there. "Follow me." Drayden's investigation minister had received a preliminary explanation of the case before, so he made a gesture of invitation. Master Ix nodded and followed behind Drayden's investigation minister. The Minister of Noble Affairs was the last to arrive at the dining hall. Although Drayden's investigation minister had read the information of the case, he still could not help but shiver when he saw the scene in the dining hall. The blood of the 9 knights and their horses dyed the floor of the dining hall red. If it were not for the help of the ice magic circle, The smell of blood in the dining hall would have been unbearable. Master Ikes walked to the bodies of the knights. The miserable state of the bodies did not affect him at all. Every master alchemist had to go through a lot of experiments, and those experiments were far more bloody than the ones here. Master Ikes held the formation plate and walked over the bodies of the knights. Finally, he came to Baron Chapman's body and crouched down to place the formation plate on Baron Chapman's head. However, the white pattern on the formation plate did not move at all, which disappointed Master Ikes. Master Ikes shook his head and put away the formation plate in his hand. There's a limit to what I can do here. Without soul fragments, I'm not even as useful as your investigators. In normal murder cases, as long as someone died at the scene, there would be soul fragments left behind. Soul fragments could be collected through a special magic circle. Although the soul fragments could not provide much information, they could often be used to trace back to the time before death. When a person was killed, their emotions would be at their strongest. This strong emotion would directly affect the soul, so the soul fragments would not disappear as easily as the rest of the soul. Of course, there was a limit to how long this could last. Usually, after 2 days, the soul fragments would disappear. It had been less than 2 days since the crime happened, so it was impossible for so many victims to not have soul fragments left. For a knight like Baron Chapman, who was very close to an Earth Knight, his soul was much stronger than a normal person's, so his soul fragments should have been left behind for a longer time. Master Ikes was 100% sure that someone had cleaned up the souls at the scene. Other than the priests of the shrines, only the followers of evil gods had this ability. Sorry to trouble you. I'll ask my men to search. Drayden's investigation minister bowed and thanked him. He waved his hand behind him, and the 5 investigators behind him quickly went to work. Gershwin, I heard that you've been very close to Baron Arthur recently. You even provided an alibi for Baron Arthur? Drayden's investigation minister said to Gershwin's noble affairs minister as he looked at his subordinates. I don't need to report to you who I make friends with. Gershwin's noble affairs minister replied stiffly. I don't care if you make friends, but Baron Arthur is a major suspect in this case. Have you considered the consequences? Drayden's investigation minister asked in a deep voice. Drayden's investigation minister asked this question in front of Master Ikes, which was his intention. Master Ikes' alibi was much more useful than the evidence from the investigation. You can investigate Baron Arthur's whereabouts, but have you considered the consequences of suspecting a baron without any evidence? Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister asked in the same tone. Although the Noble Affairs Department had a lot of power, it was still an organization that served the nobles. If a baron was suspected without any reason and the investigation was conducted without any evidence, Drayden's investigation minister would have to bear the consequences of being removed from his position. In the great world of God, nobles were a privileged class with great power. If anyone dared to challenge the nobles' power, they would be ostracized by the nobles. I will have evidence. Drayden's investigation minister said confidently. The investigators worked very quickly. Reports were sent to the Drayden investigation minister one after another. Drayden's investigation minister looked at the reports in his hands and was secretly shocked. The murderer has an extremely sharp weapon. It is at least a grade 3 weapon, and it might even be a grade 4 weapon. It has the power of an Earth Knight and the ability to remove souls. Also, the Atkins family's treasury was emptied, but there were no traces of damage. There might be an alchemist involved. From the looks of the scene, it is very likely that an evil god's follower was involved. I will report this to the higher-ups and request for backup. Drayden's investigation minister said in a deep voice. Master Alchemist X nodded in agreement. Seeing that Master Alchemist X had agreed, the Minister of Noble Affairs naturally wouldn't say anything against it. The Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister was still very confident in David. He believed that this had nothing to do with David because he had seen David undergo Knight initiation with his own eyes. Before the Knight initiation, David's transcendent power might have had a slight chance. After the Knight initiation, the transcendent power would be suppressed by the Knight rune. Even if David wanted to do something, he would not have the ability to do so. As for whether David had helpers, The Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister was even more clear about this. He and Priest Forbes had brought David from the Interstellar Federation to the great world of God. David had no one else in the great world of God other than the people in Luce Castle. Even if David wanted to know more about the evil god's followers, he would not have enough time to do so. Therefore, after Drayden's investigation minister said that an evil god's follower was involved, the Gershwin's Noble Affairs Minister was even more convinced that David could not be involved. Master Ikes, please help me activate the communication circle. Drayden's investigation minister bowed to Master Ikes and requested. There were two ways to activate the communication circle. One was to activate the bloodline power, and the other was to activate the will. Drayden's investigation minister was only a normal official, so he could not activate the communication circle. Chapter 637. Lord Baron, this is a welcome gift for a noble of similar status to you. A young woman with a pretty face said elegantly to David. This young woman was an etiquette teacher hired by Jason, a descendant of a declining noble named Euphemia. Euphemia was born into a noble family, but the previous generation had not been able to retain their noble title. Coupled with the poor economy, Euphemia could only rely on the noble etiquette that she had learned since childhood to make a living. There were many nobles like Euphemia. Not all nobles were ancient families like the Luce family, where as long as there were descendants, they could continue to inherit their titles. Generally speaking, the inheritance of a noble's title was descending. For example, if a duke wanted to transfer his title to his son, then the son's title could only be reduced by one level, and he could only inherit the title of a marquis. When the title of a noble reached the lowest rank of a lord, the descendant would be removed from the list of nobles and become an ordinary person. Of course, if there were descendants of a knight in the family, then they could retain the title of a knight. This title of a knight was not a profession, but a semi-noble title, with some of the power of a noble. An ancient family like the Luce family had a special characteristic. After being demoted to the rank of a baron, they would not be demoted again, so the title of a baron was also the lowest rank of an ancient family. As for the promotion of a noble's title, it required a corresponding contribution or a large enough territory. Territory was a special form of the great world of God. When a noble had a territory that exceeded a certain limit, they could become a lord. The actual rulers of the great world of God were the lords, but usually these lords would only pay attention to the affairs of their territories and would not personally participate in the affairs of the great world of God. But once a major event occurred, the lords would gather together and collectively decide on the affairs of the great world of God. Normally, the Supreme Council handled the affairs of the great world of God, and all the counselors were actually the representatives of the lords. In David's opinion, this strange social structure could easily lead to chaos and social unrest, but the great world of God seemed to be orderly. Everything was because there was an even greater existence in the great world of God, the gods. The gods were the masters of the great world of God. The lords and the shrines represented by the gods formed a balance. Lord Baron, please concentrate, Euphemia reminded. David calmed himself down and put aside the thoughts in his mind. Euphemia was very strict. For the first time, David realized that etiquette could be so complicated. It was just like greeting each other. Different people needed different etiquettes. Some etiquettes seemed to be the same at first glance, but the subtle hand gestures were all very different. He couldn't help but rejoice that he didn't participate in the activities of the nobles. Otherwise, with his current understanding of etiquette, it would be very rude to attend. Perhaps David would become a joke in the nobles' circle because of this banquet. He might not care about this, but he had to consider that he was in the great world of God and would use the identity of Arthur in the future. He needed this identity to have a good reputation. After practicing the knight's path, David felt that a new world was opening up to him. He originally planned to get the training inheritance of Luce's family and find a way to go to the War Star and return to the Interstellar Federation from there. But after receiving the training inheritance and going through the knight's path, he realized that the training of a knight was complicated. He needed the great world of God to train in the environment of a knight. "Master," Jason rushed in and bowed to David. "What's the matter?" David saw Jason come in and knew that something must have happened. Otherwise, with Jason's personality, he would not disturb his etiquette study. "The investigation minister of the Noble Affairs office wants to see you." "The Gershwin Noble Affairs minister is also here," Jason replied. David had heard from the Gershwin Noble Affairs minister that there might be investigators from the Noble Affairs office. "I'm sorry, Madam Euphemia. I think I need to excuse myself for a moment." David turned his head and bowed to Euphemia apologetically. "Lord Baron, your learning ability is very strong. Your apology is very accurate." Euphemia smiled and bowed back. "Master, the mayor of Harmer City, Cargel, is also here. I think the investigation minister is not here with good intentions," Jason reminded David softly after he walked out of the training room. David frowned. The mayor of Cargel had a very special status. He was a subordinate of Earl Bunker and managed Harmer City on behalf of Earl Bunker. As for Count Bunker, he was the most powerful noble on Dashing Planet. He owned a large amount of land, and even Adamo City belonged to him. It could be said that half of Dashing Planet's land and resources belonged to Earl Bunker, while the other half was shared among the nobles of Dashing Planet. The assets of the Luce family were probably not even 1% of Earl Bunker's assets. Most importantly, although Count Bunker's status can't be regarded as the overlord of the great world of gods, he is very close to being an overlord. Therefore, the mayor of Cargel, who was under Earl Bunker, also had a very high status. Since he managed Harmer City, he was, in a sense, Earl Bunker's representative. The investigation minister of Drayden had invited the mayor of Cargel without informing David. Even if David did not know the purpose, he could guess the other party's malice. Walking into the reception room, David saw the guests who had come to visit. "Greetings, Minister of Aristocratic Affairs." David smiled and gave the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs a greeting as a friend. Then, he gave the rest of the nobles a greeting as well and said, "Welcome to Luce Castle." "Hello, Baron Arthur. I'm a mayor of Harmer City, Cargel. You're younger than I thought." The mayor of Cargel smiled and returned the greeting as he introduced himself. He was invited this time because of the request of the investigation minister of Drayden. The mayor of Cargel was an Earth Knight. The captain of the guards standing behind him was also an Earth Knight. The investigation minister of Drayden claimed that he had found traces of evil god believers. The nearest Earth Knight was him and the captain of the guards behind him. The mayor of Cargel had also heard of Baron Arthur. There were not many secrets in the noble circle. Baron Arthur was the illegitimate son of the old Baron Luce and had lived in the Interstellar Federation since he was young. For the continuation of the Luce family, he was invited back to inherit the title of Baron. This matter made many nobles jealous. In the nobles' circle, many non-eldest sons were unable to inherit the title of Baron. They could only rely on their own efforts to fight for their future. In their eyes, Arthur, who was nothing, easily obtained the title of Baron. However, after meeting Baron Arthur today, the mayor of Cargel felt that he was completely different from the rumors. Baron Arthur exuded a noble aura. He did not look like someone who grew up in the Interstellar Federation. "Thank you for your compliment. Harmer City has been prosperous under your governance. It's the best city I've ever seen," David praised. What David said was the truth. However, the best cities he mentioned here did not include the cities of the Interstellar Federation. As for the cities of the God Domain Great World, the only city he had truly entered and visited was Adamantine City. David looked behind the mayor of Cargel. It was the captain of the guards, the Earth Knight. "Baron Arthur, this is Captain Marquis of the Harmer City Guards." The mayor of Cargel saw David's gaze and introduced him with a smile. David noticed the mayor of Cargel and Captain Marquis because he sensed that they were Earth Knights. On Warstar, Earth Knights were everywhere. However, after arriving at the great world of God, he understood that Earth Knights were not ordinary knights. Only knights with excellent bloodlines and inheritances could become Earth Knights. The appearance of two Earth Knights at the same time told him that something was wrong. He looked at the Minister of Noble Affairs, and the Minister of Noble Affairs gave him a meaningful glance. Baron Arthur, this is the Minister of Investigation, Drayden. This is Master Alchemist Dykes. They are here to investigate the extermination of the Atkins family. The Minister of Noble Affairs introduced them to David. However, when he introduced the Minister of Investigation, his voice was slightly heavier. In fact, there was no need for the Minister of Noble Affairs to emphasize. David could sense the malicious intent of the Minister of Investigation through his mind. He couldn't help but be on guard against this malicious investigation. Minister of Noble Affairs, there is no need for you to introduce them, the Minister of Investigation said in a deep voice. He turned his head and looked at David, his eyes full of scrutiny. Baron Arthur, I am here on behalf of the Noble Affairs Department to ask you some questions. I hope you can cooperate with the Noble Affairs Department, the Minister of Investigation said in a deep voice. Minister of Investigation, are you interrogating me? David stopped smiling and asked. No, you have misunderstood. This is just a routine investigation. The extermination of the Atkins family is a serious matter. Everyone involved must be questioned. The Minister of Investigation quickly explained. The Minister of Investigation thought that David had just arrived in the great world of God and did not understand the situation in the great world of God. He wanted to use the Noble Affairs Department to pressure David so that David would feel pressured when answering questions. However, what he did not know was that David had been receiving etiquette lessons from Euphemia since this morning. Euphemia's lessons were not only about etiquette, but also about nobles. Euphemia also happened to talk about the functions of the Noble Affairs Department in the morning. This allowed David to have a more detailed understanding of the relationship between the Noble Affairs Department and the nobles. From your tone, I thought I had become a criminal, and you brought people to arrest me, David said lightly. Baron Arthur, maybe my attitude is not good. You just need to answer a few questions. I won't disturb you for too long, the Minister of Investigation said in a different tone. The Minister of Investigation was also an old official. When he saw that he could not threaten Abel, he immediately changed his tone. Ask away, David said with a wave of his hand. 3 nights ago, where were you? The Minister of Investigation took out a pen and parchment and asked as if he was taking notes. I was in a castle that day. David's answer was very short. When he was answering, a trace of Master Ike's spirit probed him. This trace of spirit was very small. If one did not have a strong spirit, they would not be able to detect it. David's heart skipped a beat. This spirit was probably trying to detect if he was lying. This was similar to the Interstellar Federation's lie detector, but Master Ike's method was more secretive. If David's spirit was not higher, Master Ike's method might have worked. Castellan Cager and Captain Marquis, who were standing behind him, twitched their eyes. They could also detect Master Alchemist Ike's movements. However, if they mentioned it now, they would offend Master Ike's and the Minister of Investigation, as well as the forces behind them. Although Mayor Cager did not care about the Minister of Investigation, he did not have any relationship with David, so he was only going to be a bystander. David didn't seem to have noticed the wisp of Master Ike's spirit and let it reach him. Master Alchemist Ike's didn't want to do this, but he was here to cooperate with Drayden's investigation minister. As long as he did this, he would have returned the favor, and he wouldn't have to bother with Drayden's investigation minister and his superior anymore. Master Ike's sensed David's spirit fluctuation when he answered the question, so he shook his head subtly at the Minister of Investigation. The Minister of Investigation panicked when he saw Master Ike's shaking his head. He was confident that he could bring Master Ike's here. As long as Master Alchemist Ike's detected that David was lying, Drayden's investigation minister would say it on the spot. Then, with Castellan Cager's testimony and Master Ike's identity, Baron Arthur's suspicions would be confirmed. However, who would have thought that the answer to his first question would be completely different from what he had expected? Who can prove it? The Minister of Investigation asked. Simple questions could reduce the time needed to think. This was also an interrogation technique. At that time, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs and Priest Forbes were guests in the castle. I think they can prove it for me. David replied with a smile. I can prove it. If you need, you can contact Priest Forbes at any time. This time, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs did not even need Master Ikes to test him. Baron Arthur, have you been in contact with the believers of the evil god? The Minister of Investigation suddenly asked. His question stunned everyone. No one expected him to ask such a question. It was almost as if he was accusing David of colluding with the believers of the evil god. Believers of the evil god? David seemed to recall for a while before replying. Yes, I have been in contact with them. Chapter 638. Baron Arthur, when did you come into contact with the cultists? Drayden's investigation minister asked excitedly. Drayden's investigation minister saw Master Ike's nod, and he also saw the mayor of Kager's shocked expression. He felt like he had found Baron Arthur's weakness. When I first entered the great world of God, I was attacked by the cultists. Luckily, Priest Forbes was there and killed the cultists. David replied with a smile. You? Drayden's investigation minister almost lost his composure. He felt like Baron Arthur was toying with him, but Baron Arthur's answer was correct. Ha! Gershwin's noble affairs minister couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even the mayor of Kager and Captain Marquis couldn't help but smile. Baron Arthur's answer was indeed infuriating. Baron Arthur, do you have a grudge against the Atkins family? Drayden's investigation minister took a deep breath and calmed himself down before asking. Drayden's investigation minister, I think you've made a mistake. I don't have any grudge against the Atkins family. It was the two knights from the Atkins family who attacked me. Everyone here knows that I just came to the great world of God from the Interstellar Federation. How would I have the time to have a grudge against the Atkins family? David shook his head and said. Drayden's investigation minister felt like he was getting further and further away from success. He only had one solution, and it was his last resort. He looked at Master Alchemist Ikes and signaled with his eyes. Master Ikes was obviously hesitant. He obviously knew what Drayden's investigation minister wanted him to do. This was something they had discussed before. However, using the mind of a baron would have some repercussions. Luckily, he was a master alchemist, and with the help of Drayden's investigation minister's superior, the repercussions would be minimized. In order to return the favor, Master Ikes nodded lightly, which made Drayden's investigation minister smile. Baron Arthur, did you have anything to do with Baron Chapman's death? Drayden's investigation minister suddenly asked with a stern voice. At the same time, Master Ike's mind drew a rune that flew towards David. This rune clearly had the intention to attack. You, Castellan Cager, stood up abruptly. He was about to stop Master Ikes when he saw Drayden holding a badge in his hand. It was the badge of Deputy Director Colum of the Noble Affairs Office. This kind of affair card was a symbol of status. At certain times, it could represent the owner of the affair card. Deputy Chief Colum was one of the deputies of the Aristocratic Affairs Office. Because the official position of the Aristocratic Affairs Office was a Knight of the Temple, he usually didn't get involved in matters. Everything was handled by the other deputy chiefs. If Castellan Cager tried to stop Master Ikes, he would become Vice Chief Colum's enemy. Therefore, Castellan Cager hesitated. Drayden needed Castellan Cager's hesitation. If Castellan Cager didn't stop him immediately, Baron Arthur would say what he wanted. The Gershwin Minister of Aristocratic Affairs had very low spirit, so he naturally did not know what was going on. Attacking nobles in the great world of God was extremely vile and would be punished by the Aristocratic Affairs Office. However, the perpetrator was a master alchemist of the Aristocratic Affairs Office. Furthermore, the attack he used was a guidance rune that did not cause any actual damage. Once it was confirmed that David was involved in the Atkins family massacre, then Master Ike's actions would be tolerated. Just as Master Ikes activated the guidance rune and flew towards David, the spirit arrow that David had been nurturing in his soul fortress shot out. David's spirit arrow had been nurtured for a long time, and its power had reached its peak. If Master Ikes didn't use the secret spirit spell guidance, then David's spirit arrow would only give him a headache. However, after Master Ikes used the secret spirit spell guidance, The nature of David's spirit arrow was completely different. The secret spirit spell was very strange. It was very difficult to defend against, and it was also very secretive. It was an extremely powerful attack method. However, the secret spirit spell was not without its flaws. Its biggest flaw was the backlash. Once the secret spirit spell was destroyed, the corresponding spirit would dissipate and directly cause damage to the soul. If the damage to the soul was light, it would only take a long time to recover. However, when the damage reached a certain level, it would cause dementia or even death. Master Ike's spirit was around 6, which was already very high. It was because of this that he became a master alchemist. However, David's spirit was over 8, which was not far from 9. This created a huge gap. Master Ike's used the secret spirit spell to attack. He used his spirit to draw on guidance rune towards David. David's spirit arrow was an offensive secret spirit spell, and its attack power was stronger than the guidance rune. After the spirit arrow hit the induction pattern was directly scattered. The spirit of the master alchemist Ikes that formed the induction pattern turned into ownerless spirit fragments, which were then absorbed by the shadow servants that discovered the spirit fragments. Master Ikes didn't expect Baron Arthur to have practiced the secret spirit spell. He had tested Baron Arthur before he came, and Baron Arthur was only an apprentice knight. Moreover, his knight rune was extremely unstable. Master Ikes thought that if he attacked Baron Arthur in this situation, he would definitely gain something. When Master Ikes sensed David's spirit arrow, he was extremely regretful. He wanted to take back the guidance rune, but it was too late. Using an inducing secret technique that didn't have any offensive power on a person who cultivated the secret technique of the mind was indeed a bit like courting death. Those who practiced the secret spirit spell were people with powerful spirit. There weren't many of them in the great world of God, and most of them would become alchemists. Master Ikes felt like his mind was about to explode. More than half of his spirit was gone. In order to make the guidance rune more effective, he focused most of his spirit into it. The effect was great, but it was only for himself. After David's spirit arrow pierced through the induction pattern, it continued to fly towards Master Ike's head and sank into his skull. Master Ike's eyes widened, and his body fell back heavily. If Castellan Cager wanted to help Master Ike's up, he could definitely catch him before he fell to the ground. However, Castellan Cager didn't do so. He didn't stop Master Ike's, and if he helped Master Ike's now, he would offend Baron Arthur. Of course, the most important reason was that David had just cast the secret spirit spell, Spirit Arrow. Castellan was thinking about how bright a novice knight with such spirit and bloodline power would be in the future. Castellan Cager once again missed the opportunity to support Master Ike's, just like how he didn't stop Master Ike's from attacking David in time. When Master Alchemist X fell, David's mind entered the Shadow Servant's body, and the Shadow Servant flew to Master Alchemist X's side. It extended its hand and pressed down on Master Alchemist X's head. Master Ike's soul exploded, so he didn't sense the Shadow Attendant's movements. The invisible Shadow Attendant wasn't discovered by anyone, including the 2 Earth Knights. When Master Ike's head hit the ground, the muffled sound startled everyone present. Everyone could tell that something was wrong. How could the head make such a heavy thud when it hit the ground? The Minister of Investigation, Drayden, quickly helped Master Ike's up. He saw a white substance flowing out of the back of Master Ike's head. David knew about Master Ike's condition because the Shadow Attendant had just absorbed his soul. Master Ike's was only an ordinary person. Even though his spirit was superior, his body was no different from an ordinary person's. Perhaps he often consumed potions that made his body stronger than ordinary people, but there was a limit to it. The Shadow Servant used the momentum of Master X's fall to push him back, and the force of the impact was enough to break his skull. Master Ike's was really unlucky. David thought that he would at most be severely injured, and David would think of a way to kill Master Ike's with the Shadow Attendant. But before David could do anything, the back of Master Ike's head broke, and brain tissue flowed out. Baron Arthur, what did you do? The Minister of Investigation, Drayden, looked at the brain matter on his hand in horror and shouted at David. He was so nervous that he didn't even use basic honorifics. "What can I do? I'm just standing here," David replied calmly. The Minister of Investigation, Drayden, knew that Master Ix was going to use the occult mind induction spell. He also knew that Master Ix had to be suffering from the backlash of the occult mind induction spell. "You killed Master Ix." The Minister of Investigation, Drayden, shouted angrily. Minister of Investigation, Castellan Cager, Captain Marquis, and the Minister of Noble Affairs are here. You have to take responsibility for your words, David said coldly. The Minister of Investigation, Drayden, wanted to slap himself. He thought of a way to deal with David, but it became David's way of protecting himself. If they met privately without Castellan Cager, David would never be able to clear his name if something happened to Master Ix. This was Luce Castle, and, as the owner of the castle, Baron Arthur had to take responsibility for the death of a Master Ix. The Minister of Investigation, Drayden, thought about the death of Master Ix. He looked at the lifeless Master Ix on the ground and saw his future. This time, he had asked Vice Chief Colum to invite Master Alchemist Ix. Now that Master Ix had died, he was bound to be blamed on him. Castellan Cager, Captain Marquis, since you are here, I would like to give an explanation to the Noble Affairs Office. I was attacked by Alchemist Master Ix from the Noble Affairs Office in my family castle. Although Alchemist Master Ix is dead, this matter cannot end like this, David said in a deep voice as he stood up and looked at Castellan Cager and Captain Marquis. The current situation was no longer up to Drayden to investigate. David was in the right, and since Master Ix dared to attack him, he had to show his attitude. As for the death of Master Ix, he deserved it. The few people here could testify for David. David only used the occult mind arrow to defend himself and didn't do anything else. The death of Master Ix was more of an accident. Since Master Ix attacked Baron Arthur used the occult mind arrow to counterattack, causing Master Ix to fall and injure the back of his head. No one could blame David for this. Reacting to an attack was the most basic instinct of a knight. Even though David was only an apprentice knight, his battle instincts were battle instincts, and they couldn't blame him. Baron Arthur, I can testify for you. Master Ix used the occult mind arrow on you, and his death was caused by the backlash of the occult mind arrow. It has nothing to do with you, Castellan Cager said as he stood up. Captain Marquis didn't say anything, but he was on the same side as Castellan Cager. The Minister of Noble Affairs' face changed. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. The death of Master Ix was definitely a huge loss to the Noble Affairs Department. There were only 2 master alchemists in the Noble Affairs Department. Now that one of them had died, many matters in the Noble Affairs Department would be affected. There weren't many master alchemists in the great world of God, but they weren't rare. However, master alchemists were usually worshipped by nobles or powerful forces. If the Noble Affairs Department wanted to find another master alchemist in a short period of time, they would have to spend a lot of time. I need to report this to the Noble Affairs Department. The Minister of Noble Affairs said to David. He didn't look for anyone else. Instead, he ran out and looked for another knight in the castle, Andrew. Knight Andrew used the power of blood to open the communication circle and contact the Noble Affairs Department. Baron Arthur, let's close this room for now. I'll ask someone to set up an ice magic circle here and wait for the Noble Affairs Department to deal with it, Castellan Cager suggested to David. David nodded and listened to Castellan Cager's suggestion. Chapter 639. David personally escorted the mayor of Cager and Captain Marquis out of the castle. The 2 Earth Knights did not stay in Luce Castle for long. When they saw Master Ix use the occult mind spell, they realized that they had been tricked by Drayden's investigation minister. Drayden's investigation minister wanted to deal with Baron Arthur and indirectly cause the Gershwin Minister of Noble Affairs to suffer. As long as Drayden's investigation minister did this, how could the experienced mayor of Cager not see through it? Therefore, when the mayor of Cager left Luce Castle, He only said goodbye to David and did not pay any attention to Drayden's investigation minister, whose face had turned pale. After ending the call with the Noble Affairs Department, the Gershwin Minister of Noble Affairs apologized to David. "Baron Arthur, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect Drayden's investigation minister to do this. I've already reported to the Noble Affairs Department. They will send someone to deal with this matter immediately. We will definitely give you an explanation." The Gershwin Minister of Noble Affairs did not expect Drayden's investigation minister to be so crazy as to ask Master Ike's for help and cause such serious consequences. The Gershwin Minister of Noble Affairs blamed himself. He knew that there was no enmity between Drayden's investigation minister and David. The only reason Drayden's investigation minister did this was because of him. Drayden's investigation minister was very experienced. He had been promoted from a normal investigator to an investigation minister, who knew how many cases he had handled. His intuition was also very accurate. Every time he handled a case, his intuition would always guide him. This was a kind of talent and also the source of his confidence. When Drayden took over the Atkins family massacre case, his intuition told him that David was the murderer. Drayden's investigation minister wanted to use this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to his opponent. The Gershwin Minister of Noble Affairs understood Drayden's intention after Master Ike's occult mind spell backfired and collapsed. "Gershwin Minister of Noble Affairs, my friend, this has nothing to do with you. You have helped me enough," David said with a smile. He knew his own family's affairs. He was the one who had exterminated the Atkins family, so it was expected that the Noble Affairs Office would investigate. In David's eyes, Master Ike's means were nothing and posed no real threat to him. David, on the other hand, was very happy. The shadow attendant had absorbed the soul of Master Ike's, which gave him a chance to get the Master Alchemy Knowledge Orb. Now, David could only hope that Master Ike's didn't have any other alchemy skills that exceeded the Master Alchemy level. "Baron Arthur, please arrange for someone to guard Drayden's investigation minister and wait for the Noble Affairs Office to arrive." Gershwin's Noble Affairs minister requested softly. Of course, the Minister of Noble Affairs would not let go of such a good opportunity. If Drayden's investigation minister was finished, not only would Drayden's investigation minister be finished, even his superior, Deputy Chief Colum, would be in big trouble. Drayden's investigation minister had asked Master Ike's to use a secret spirit attack on a baron's castle, which resulted in the death of Master Ike's. In the great world of God, the nobles' castles were sacred and inviolable. They were the last line of defense for the nobles. "Knight Andrew," David shouted towards the door. "Lord Baron." Knight Andrew quickly ran in and bowed. "Go and arrange for Drayden's investigation minister to stay in the guest room and follow him closely. Don't let him leave the room," David ordered. "Yes, Lord," Knight Andrew replied loudly. He had also heard about what happened to David, which made him feel very guilty. As a family knight, it was his duty to protect David. Knight Andrew believed that it was because he did not stay by David's side that David was attacked. That was why Knight Andrew hated the instigator of this incident, Drayden, to the core. After hearing David's order, he immediately took action. Drayden's investigation minister was still in a daze. He was a meticulous person, but this mistake completely destroyed his future. He did not know how to deal with the aftermath. Just as he was thinking about this, he felt his body being lifted up. "What are you doing? I am the Minister of Noble Affairs. How dare you?" Drayden's investigation minister struggled and shouted. However, Knight Andrew did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he carried him to the worst guest room in the entire castle and walked in. Knight Andrew threw Drayden's investigation minister to the ground. Drayden's investigation minister rolled on the ground. The noble's uniform was no longer elegant. Drayden's investigation minister struggled to sit up, enduring the pain all over his body. He glanced at Knight Andrew. He had read Knight Andrew's information. This was only the weakest knight. He did not take Andrew seriously at all. Drayden's investigation minister felt greatly insulted, but this was the way it was. He could only pray that his boss, Deputy Chief Colum, would save him for the sake of his many years of service. "Steward Jason, arrange a room for the Minister of Noble Affairs," David said to Steward Jason as he watched Drayden's investigation minister being taken away by Knight Andrew. Sir Gershwin, please. Steward Jason bowed. The Minister of Noble Affairs was naturally arranged in a room he used to live in, which was the best guest room in the castle. David remembered that Euphemia was still waiting for him, so he quickly walked to the practice room. I'm sorry, Miss Euphemia. Something happened in the castle. Today's lesson will end here. David came to the practice room and saw Euphemia. Sir Baron, you need to practice what you learned today. I'll come back tomorrow morning, Euphemia said with a smile. I will. David personally sent Euphemia out of the castle and arranged a carriage to send her away. After everything was done, David returned to his room. He was in a hurry to send Euphemia away because he was thinking about the soul of Master Ix. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately summoned the shadow attendant and placed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. He did not immediately absorb the soul energy of Master Ix. In his opinion, the soul energy was far less important than the knowledge of Master Ix. Shadow attendant, separate the knowledge of Master Ix. David ordered in his mind. Soon, the consciousness he left in the shadow servant's body noticed a ball of knowledge. He couldn't wait to learn the details of the ball of knowledge through his consciousness. Alchemy, 89% complete, knowledge ball. As David expected, the most powerful ability extracted from the soul of Master Ix was the alchemy ability. David was a bit short of breath. He had always known about the alchemy ability. It was the most mysterious ability in the great world of God. From a knight's equipment to a starship, they were all masterpieces of alchemists. Through the mysterious patterns, alchemists were able to do many things that even the technology of the Interstellar Federation could not do. Ever since David first met the intelligence agent of the great world of God, he had been exposed to all kinds of patterns. He was very amazed by the ability of alchemists, especially since David had the Grandmaster level research ability, which was the most advanced technology of the Interstellar Federation. He wanted to get the alchemy ability as well, so he could compare them. Now that the alchemy knowledge ball was in front of him, how could David not be excited? David forced himself to calm down. The door of alchemy was about to open for him. Shadow attendant, put the alchemy, 89% complete, knowledge ball into my body. David ordered through his mind. The alchemy, 89% complete, knowledge ball flew into David's body, and David fell into an illusion. He was sitting in front of a table with a quill in his hand. He was drawing on a stone with a strange energy wave in his hand. As the drawing was completed, David felt a piece of knowledge being transferred into his mind. He knew the function of this pattern. It was a temporary light. This was the simplest alchemy pattern. Its only use was to emit a light that was not very bright. It only lasted for 1 second. Although it was the simplest alchemy pattern, the whole process was not simple at all. The knowledge David received included the method to make this special ink, how to choose the materials, how to use the quill, how to use the mind to draw the pattern, and so on. Just making the special ink required the cooperation of the mind. It was not as simple as using the mind to draw the pattern. This was the simplest alchemy pattern. It required the creator to have an extremely strong mind. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to prepare the most basic materials, let alone draw the pattern. After that, the pattern was drawn one by one. The drawing tools in his hand were constantly changing, and the ink was also changing. In the end, the quill in his hand became a carving knife, and drawing became engraving. The pattern became more and more complicated. David realized that alchemy was a job that burned money. By processing all kinds of expensive materials into alchemy raw materials, then drawing, engraving, and so on, the alchemy raw materials were turned into patterns with specific functions. If there was a single mistake during this process, the alchemy would fail. This illusion lasted for 40 years. During this time, David had been constantly learning. If his mind was strong enough, this kind of learning was enough to drive him crazy. After coming out of the illusion, David felt his head was a little dizzy. This was due to the large amount of knowledge entering his head in a short period of time. Just as he was about to use the eternal holy water to relieve the dizziness, a warm energy came from his battle angel bones, making his head feel comfortable. Looks like this bone can save me a lot of resources, David thought to himself. David didn't know how much power the battle angel bones had, but just the power that was revealed made him feel that the life and death situation was worth it. David no longer needed training resources for his training. The battle angel bones provided him with enough energy. This energy was much more gentle than any training resources and was easier for the body to absorb. He also didn't need healing potions because no matter how good the healing potion was, it wouldn't be as effective as direct life force. David organized the master-level alchemy knowledge in his head. He suddenly realized that there was a complicated pattern in his soul fortress. Of course, he recognized this pattern. It was the alchemy pattern of an alchemist. It was different from a knight's knight pattern in the body. An alchemist's alchemy pattern was formed in the soul. If an apprentice alchemist wanted to become an official alchemist, they would need to draw their own alchemy pattern in their soul. Although the alchemy system had undergone countless years of growth and had a more mature promotion method, the difficulties still made the probability of an apprentice alchemist becoming an official alchemist extremely low. If one wanted to become an alchemist, they would need to have the talent for alchemy. This talent was the talent of the will. Having the talent of the will was only a basic requirement. After that, it would be a long apprentice alchemist period. During this time, the apprentice alchemist would work for the alchemist, and the alchemist would teach the apprentice alchemist some basic spirit training methods and alchemy knowledge. This was something that was beneficial for both sides. The apprentice alchemist could obtain the spirit training methods and alchemy-related knowledge to lay a good foundation for becoming an official alchemist. The alchemist would also get a qualified assistant. Most of the alchemist's assistant work required someone with the talent of the will to complete. With the help of the apprentice alchemist, it would save a lot of time for the alchemist. The process of becoming an apprentice alchemist would normally take 10 years. After 10 years, most of the apprentice alchemists who couldn't become an official alchemist would change their profession. This was because one failure would basically cut off the hope of becoming an official alchemist. To become a master alchemist, not only did an alchemist need a strong talent of the will, but they also needed enough resources and a large amount of knowledge to perfect their alchemy pattern. An alchemy pattern was the foundation of an alchemist's drawing process. Without the support of an alchemy pattern, even if one learned all the alchemy knowledge and had a lot of experience, they still wouldn't be able to draw any alchemy pattern. David couldn't help but sigh at the magic of the shadow attendant. When the shadow attendant absorbed the soul of Master Ix to create the alchemy knowledge orb, it also put all the alchemy patterns that Master Ix had perfected in his life into the orb. In order to perfect his alchemy pattern, Master Ix had done over 1,000 dangerous experiments in his own alchemy lab. The number of experiments he had done was incalculable, and the amount of resources he had spent on them was astronomical. All of this benefited David. The rich knowledge of Master Ix directly made David a master alchemist, and David became a master alchemist. Chapter 640. On the afternoon of the second day, a star-flying ship arrived at Luce Castle. David looked at the star-flying ship in the sky and immediately recognized it as the standard star-flying ship of the Aristocratic Affairs Office. He had taken a star-flying ship like this from the Interstellar Federation to the great world of God. Naturally, he would not be mistaken. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs stood beside David. When he saw the symbol on the star-flying ship, a surprised smile appeared on his face. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs whispered to David, "Baron Arthur, it's Deputy Chief Garrett. He's my superior." David understood what the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs meant. Originally, when the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs introduced Garrett's position, it was obvious that Garrett's position was higher than the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs. However, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs emphasized that Garrett was his superior. The star-flying ship landed on the square of the castle. 3 knights jumped off the star-flying ship. These 3 knights were all Earth Knights. Behind the 3 knights was a thin old man. This old man was Deputy Chief Garrett, one of the people in charge of the Aristocratic Affairs Office. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Deputy Chief." "Good job, Gershwin." Deputy Chief Garrett praised with a smile. Due to the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs' major mistake, Deputy Chief Colum's power in the Aristocratic Affairs Office was reduced. Although he was not removed, Deputy Chief Garrett gained some benefits. The Minister of Aristocratic Affairs' opinion on how to deal with Minister of Aristocratic Affairs was not out yet, but one thing was for sure. Drayden had lost his position as the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, and Deputy Chief Colum had also lost control of his position. This power was now in the hands of Deputy Chief Garrett. The Aristocratic Affairs Office had given the position of the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs to Deputy Chief Garrett because they wanted him to deal with Baron Arthur's matter. No matter what, Drayden's Minister of Aristocratic Affairs was from the Aristocratic Affairs Office. If they did not obtain Baron Arthur's forgiveness, the Aristocratic Affairs Office would not be able to answer to the Supreme Council. Deputy Chief Garrett's subordinate, the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, had a good relationship with Baron Arthur. In order to appease Baron Arthur's anger and prevent this incident from spreading, the Aristocratic Affairs Office had to stop Baron Arthur from pursuing the matter. Deputy Chief Garrett was the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs Office. Deputy Chief Garrett looked at David and apologized. "Baron Arthur, I am Deputy Chief Garrett. Although this is our first meeting, I am in charge of your inheritance. Baron Lewin of Lewin..." "You... Actually, you don't have to come. Drayden's Minister of Aristocratic Affairs made a mistake. We just have to make him pay the price. On account of the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, I won't pursue the matter any further." David did not even need Deputy Chief Garrett's persuasion. David was not really planning to sue the Aristocratic Affairs Office. Although the Aristocratic Affairs Office was not in the right, as long as he stayed in the great world of God, he would have to consider the influence of the Aristocratic Affairs Office. Since he had already received benefits, he might as well give Deputy Chief Garrett and the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs a favor. He could not afford to offend both Deputy Chief Garrett and the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs. "Haha, Baron Arthur, even if you don't pursue the matter, the Aristocratic Affairs Office will still have to compensate you." Deputy Chief Garrett was very satisfied. Deputy Chief Garrett originally thought that he would have to persuade David to not pursue the matter with the Minister of Aristocratic Affairs, who was a friend of David's, by his side. After all, a young man like David, especially one who came from the Interstellar Federation, would not easily let go after being wronged. Deputy Chief Garrett had not expected David to say something like that the moment he saw him. He immediately took out the best compensation plan that he had prepared beforehand. This is a courtyard in the inner city of Jinma City. It was originally an asset managed by the Aristocratic Affairs Office. Deputy Chief Colum bought it with his own money as compensation. Deputy Chief Garrett said as he handed a piece of paper to David. When he mentioned that Deputy Chief Colum had bought it with his own money, Deputy Chief Garrett could not hide a smile. It was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. His old rival of many years was now at a disadvantage. If he continued to suppress him in the future, Deputy Chief Colum would soon step down from his position. "Then I'll accept it." David did not refuse. He did not have many fixed assets on the surface, especially the courtyard in the inner city of Jinma City. It had a special function. After learning about aristocratic knowledge from Euphemia, David learned that most aristocrats who lived in castles would have a courtyard in the nearby city. The purpose of the courtyard was to allow the aristocrats to rest in the courtyard if they were unable to return to their castles in time. Because some important celebrations were held in the city, aristocrats were very concerned about their dignity. They would not return to their castles in the middle of the night after the celebrations ended, let alone stay in a hotel. That was not in line with aristocratic etiquette. Therefore, the courtyard became the standard allocation for most aristocrats in castles. The Luce family originally had a courtyard, but they had no choice but to get rid of it a long time ago. If they had not been forced to, the Luce family would not have gotten rid of the courtyard. After all, a courtyard was the dignity of a noble in a castle. Why were the daily expenses of aristocrats so high? A courtyard like this was a huge expense. In order to maintain the normal operation of the courtyard, they needed a corresponding amount of servants and divine gold coins. David did not have to worry about the divine gold coins in his hands. Even if he could not use the divine gold coins he obtained from Atkins Castle in the short term, his own 1,000,000 divine gold coins would be enough. Baron Arthur, you are the most straightforward aristocrat I've ever met, Vice Chief Garrett said with a smile. He then continued, if it's possible, I will take Drayden back for investigation. From now on, he will be removed from his position as the Minister of Investigation. Of course, Mr. Drayden is staying in the guest room. You can take him away at any time. David had already accepted the compensation. How could he keep Drayden here? David personally brought Vice Chief Garrett to the guest room. When he opened the door, he saw Drayden tied to the bed. Knight Andrew was standing by the side, staring at Drayden. Knight Andrew, didn't I tell you to take good care of Mr. Drayden? David pretended to be angry. Sir Baron, this guy always wanted to escape. I had no choice but to do this. Knight Andrew said helplessly with his hands spread out. David couldn't ask too many questions in front of Deputy Chief Garrett. He didn't believe that an ordinary person like Drayden would be able to escape under the watch of Knight Andrew. Vice Chief Garrett, I'm so sorry. David turned to Vice Chief Garrett and apologized. As long as he's alive, Vice Chief Garrett said with a wave of his hand. He did not care about Drayden's life at all. If it was not for the fact that Drayden had to go back for trial, he would have accepted it even if David had killed Drayden on the spot. It was Drayden's fault that caused the death of Master Alchemist Dykes. This made Drayden's crime much worse. An Earth Knight behind Vice Chief Garrett reached out and grabbed Drayden. He did not even untie Drayden during the process. Vice Chief Garrett did not stay in the castle for long. After capturing Drayden, he left Loose Castle. A high-ranking official like him was very busy. Since his mission was over, he naturally had to return immediately. The Minister of Noble Affairs also left with Vice Chief Garrett. He was a bystander during Drayden's trial, so he had to go back as a witness. David was a noble. Unless it was absolutely necessary, there was no need for a noble to appear in person as a witness. Castellan Cargel and Captain Marquis had deep backgrounds, so they could not be called as witnesses. The only person who could be questioned at the scene was the Minister of Noble Affairs. It was 3:00 in the afternoon after sending them off. Steward Jason, accompany me to Harmer City. David ordered Steward Jason. Master, I'll prepare the carriage right away. Steward Jason, who had been waiting by the side, knew why they were going to Harmer City. His voice was filled with excitement. The carriage was a 4-horse carriage inlaid with silver carvings. Only nobles could use 4-horse carriages. Ordinary people could not enjoy such treatment. No matter how rich a merchant was, he could only use a 3-horse carriage or a 2-horse carriage. If he used more than that, he would have to wait for an investigation from the Noble Affairs Office. The 4 horses were beautiful white horses. These were part of the noble's dignity. No matter how poor they were, they had to be prepared. Steward Jason did not enter the carriage. Instead, he sat together with the coachman. David could feel the carriage moving. He could not help but shake his head. This carriage did not have any alchemy modifications. It looked good on the outside, but it was just for show. Ideas on how to modify the carriage appeared in his mind. Where to draw the pattern, what materials to use, and so on. Everything rushed out in his mind. David knew that this was his instinctive reaction after obtaining the ability of a master alchemist. He wanted to try out the ability, but he did not know where to start. He might as well start with his carriage. Let's go to the Shrines of Wealth first. David ordered Steward Jason. At the entrance of the Shrines of Wealth, the coachman put down the carriage ladder. Steward Jason opened the carriage door for David, and David stepped down from the carriage. The sharp-eyed guide, Edna, noticed the shadow leopard emblem on the carriage when she saw it. She hurriedly walked over, and when David came down from the carriage, she was also in front of the carriage. Honorable Baron Arthur, Guide Edna is happy to serve you. Guide Edna bowed. Edna, I'll have to trouble you again. David smiled and gave a noble greeting. Guide Edna saw David's standard noble greeting. She could not help but wonder if the Baron who awkwardly stretched out his hand to her a few days ago was the same Baron Arthur in front of her. No trouble at all. If you have any requests, please tell me. I'll do my best to satisfy you, Guide Edna said with a smile. I need some special items. Do you have a pen and paper? David said after thinking for a while. There were many types of alchemy materials that he needed. Guide Edna might not be able to remember them if he were to just describe them verbally. Please come to the VIP area. We can satisfy you there, Guide Edna said with an inviting gesture. Guide Edna knew how many divine gold coins David had. Such a big client was naturally a VIP, and the Shrines of Wealth paid the most attention to them. David brought Steward Jason and followed Guide Edna to the VIP area. David wrote down the items he needed on a piece of paper and handed it to Guide Edna. Are you an alchemist? Guide Edna could not help but ask when she saw the items on the paper. However, she soon realized that she had asked too much. The Shrines of Wealth would not ask about the identity of the person who came to handle their affairs. Guide Edna was not the only one who was curious. Steward Jason was also curious. He had not spent much time with David, so he did not know much about David. I'm just interested in alchemy. I want to give it a try. David could not explain, so he could only say it casually. We have all these materials here. I'll prepare them for you right away, Guide Edna said, and waved for the staff to come over. She then made some arrangements in a low voice. Since the price of alchemy materials was stable, Guide Edna did not recommend any other places. Instead, she arranged for the goods to be delivered directly. In less than 10 minutes, the list of 68 materials was piled up on the table. Sir Baron Arthur, all the materials you want are here, Guide Edna said as she pointed at the items on the table. David nodded. He used the knowledge in his mind to examine the alchemy materials one by one. This process was also the process of consolidating the knowledge in his mind. The alchemy materials from the Shrines of Wealth were very good. There were no problems. Of course, this was also related to the Shrines of Wealth mission. The items in the Shrines of Wealth could be expensive, but they could not be fake. Very well, I'll take all of these. How many divine gold coins? David asked after he finished his examination. A total of 1,200 divine gold coins. Guide Edna reported the total value. David was shocked. It was not that he could not afford it, but the value of the alchemy materials was beyond his imagination. He had only calculated the alchemy materials needed to remodel a carriage. Since it was not difficult to remodel the runes of the carriage, and he had the ability of a master alchemist, he had only calculated the alchemy materials needed once. Even so, he still needed 1,200 divine gold coins. The value of 1,200 divine gold coins could be calculated in this way. For example, the repairs to Loose Castle would only cost 2,000 divine gold coins, but using alchemy to modify a carriage would cost more than half of that. Chapter 641. David nodded at Jason beside him. His etiquette teacher Euphemia had taught him that nobles should not pay on their own when they were outside. Although he did not care about that, it was also considered as when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Jason did not understand why David would buy such expensive alchemy materials, but he did not raise any objections. Instead, he went up to Guide Edna and started a conversation. David did not care about the conversation between the two. He sat at the side and sipped his drink leisurely. After Jason was done, he went up and put all the alchemy materials into his spatial ring. They left the Wealth Temple after Guide Edna sent them off enthusiastically. In Guide Edna's mind, once a rich baron indulged in alchemy, he would bring her great benefits. Like David, after Guide Edna guided him to shop, David had tacitly agreed to be her client. She would get a commission for all the purchases that David made under her guidance. Just think about how many alchemy materials a baron with a wealth of 1 million divine gold coins would buy from Guide Edna after he became addicted to the hobby of burning divine gold coins in alchemy. Alchemy was never a simple thing. From the start of an apprentice alchemist, without the support of a large amount of divine gold coins, and without an alchemist to lead the way, the continuous failure alone would bankrupt a rich man. Unlike guide Edna's imagination, David was more like a child who got a new toy. He sat in the carriage, his spirit constantly scanning the alchemy materials in his spatial ring. If it wasn't for the wrong environment, he would have the urge to make a move. The carriage continued on its way and stopped on a wide street. The ground of the street was paved with pure white rocks. The trees on the side of the road were so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around them. The trees were at least 100 years old. The trees alone showed how extraordinary the street was. It was also the residential area of the nobles in Geman City. Even the castellan's mansion was at the end of the street. "Master, we've arrived at 16th or Street," Jason said as he opened the carriage door for David. David stepped out of the carriage and saw the residence that would soon belong to him. When he heard Deputy Chief Garrett say that he would be compensated with a courtyard, the image of a small building appeared in his mind. There was a piece of flat land in front of the building. However, the residence in front of him should not be called a courtyard, but a villa. There was a statue fountain in front of the villa. The statue was of 2 women playing with water. David didn't know much about the great world of God, so he didn't know who the 2 women were. However, the level of the statue was very high. The 2 motionless women gave off a lively feeling under the surging water of the fountain. Not to mention the interior of the villa, just the value of the fountain alone was probably more expensive than David had imagined. While David was admiring the fountain, housekeeper Jason had already gone to communicate with the housekeeper who came out to greet him. "Honorable Baron Arthur, I'm Steward Albin of 16th or Street. It's an honor to serve you." Steward Albin introduced himself as he bowed to David. Steward Albin was actually very nervous. The villa that he was in charge of had always been the property of the Aristocratic Affairs Department. His previous job had been very easy. He only needed to receive people from the Aristocratic Affairs Department when they came to Harmore City. However, he didn't belong to the Aristocratic Affairs Department. He was only in charge of the villa. After the villa was given to David, Steward Albin had also been handed over to David along with the villa. If David didn't need Steward Albin, he would lose his job. It wouldn't be easy to find a suitable steward position. "Steward Albin, show me around." David smiled and nodded. "Please." Steward Albin calmed down a little. As long as he wasn't chased away immediately, he still had hope. When he entered the villa, David was still shocked. The ground was polished like a mirror, revealing the strange patterns of the special stone floor. Above his head was a chandelier made of strung crystals that extended from the ceiling of more than 10 meters. The walls were covered with exquisite carvings. Every item in the hall had a sense of history, from the large tables to the small candlesticks. They were all works of art. Under Steward Albin's guidance, David toured the dining room, living room, study, music room, and lounge on the first floor. The second floor had 10 luxuriously decorated guest rooms, and the third floor had the master's bedroom, lounge, and walk-in closet. It could be said that this villa was comparable to a smaller castle. It was far more luxurious than the Luce Castle. When David had taken over the Luce Castle, the Luce family had already been unable to make ends meet. Luce Castle was also in urgent need of major repairs. "Steward Jason, I'll leave Steward Albin to you. His duties won't change. He'll still be in charge of the affairs here." David arranged for Steward Jason with satisfaction after touring the villa. "Yes, master." Steward Jason was also happy that the family could have another villa like this. David's impression of Deputy Chief Garrett had improved a lot. Although it wasn't difficult for him to buy a villa like this with the divine gold coins he had, it wasn't easy to find a suitable villa in such a short time. The social structure of the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation was different. The nobles here were relatively stable. Although new nobles were constantly appearing and the old nobles were declining, the new nobles were just branches of the noble family. They weren't promoted from the other classes. Therefore, it was very difficult to buy property in the hands of the nobles unless they happened to be in decline and needed to sell their property. This kind of thing didn't happen often. The Aristocratic Affairs Office was an organization that managed the affairs of the nobles. When some nobles went bankrupt, due to various reasons, their property would be taken care of by the Aristocratic Affairs Office. The Aristocratic Affairs Office didn't own the property, but they had the right to use it and trade it on behalf of the nobles. This was also how David got this villa. Normally, the Aristocratic Affairs Office wouldn't take the initiative to sell a villa like this. High-quality properties usually increased in value, and they were also an important resource that could be very useful at the right time. Just like this time, Deputy Chief Garrett gave this villa to David as compensation. On one hand, it was because David's attitude towards him was very good. He had given him too much face, so he needed to give him the same in return. On the other hand, and most importantly, once the villa was given away, the cost would be paid by his superior, Deputy Chief Colum. As for how Deputy Chief Colum would get the money back from Dryden or other related personnel, it was not Deputy Chief Garrett's business. David thought about the structure of the villa and asked the two stewards, "I see that there's still an empty space in the basement. I want to build an alchemy lab there. What do you think?" His original plan was to build an alchemy lab in Luce Castle, but it would take some time to get from Luce Castle to Danmore City. It wouldn't be convenient for him to buy alchemy materials. With this villa, David could build an alchemy lab in the inner city. It would be very convenient to do anything there. Steward Jason said helplessly, "Master, when the Luce family was prosperous, they had trained alchemists. There are also records of the construction of an alchemy lab, but those are records from 300 years ago." As a steward, he couldn't help his master. He felt that he had failed in his duty. Steward Albin hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master, if you want an alchemy lab, then you don't have to build one anymore." David heard Steward Albin's words and couldn't help but ask, "Steward Albin, what do you know? Just tell me." Steward Albin continued, "Actually, the original owner of this villa was an apprentice alchemist. After this apprentice alchemist inherited the title of a lord and a considerable amount of wealth, he became addicted to alchemy. Since he couldn't find an alchemist to take him in, he built an alchemy lab in the villa and practiced by himself every day. In the end, not only did he lose all his wealth, but he also failed to become an alchemist." Steward Albin's words were meant to be a warning, but he didn't know that David's alchemy skills had already reached the master level. There was no way he would end up like the previous owner of this villa. David heard the hidden meaning in Steward Albin's words and couldn't help but be surprised. "So, there's an alchemy lab in this villa?" Building an alchemy lab cost a lot of divine gold coins and time. He was thinking about building an alchemy lab while finding a temporary place to practice alchemy. He didn't expect there to be an alchemy lab in this villa, which meant he could use it directly. Steward Albin saw that David didn't listen to his warning, so he sighed in his heart and replied, "Yes, but that secret lab requires the power of the will talent to open." David waved his hand and said, "Quick, take me there." Steward Albin brought David to the study on the first floor. He led David to an art statue. Steward Albin pointed at the art statue and said, "This is the entrance to the secret lab. You can only try to open it yourself. I only know the location." David nodded. Under his control, the shadow attendant flew to the wall behind the art statue. There were some isolation patterns on the wall, which completely covered the scent inside the wall. Behind the wall was a small room with cabinets on the wall. There were all kinds of crystal bottles and material boxes on the cabinets. In the middle of the room was an alchemy table, and next to it was a tool cabinet. Although the equipment in this alchemy lab was nothing compared to the equipment in David's illusion, it was still very luxurious for an apprentice alchemist. No wonder the apprentice alchemist went bankrupt because of alchemy. Without knowing his own strength, how could he not go bankrupt after investing so much? David recalled the shadow attendant and observed the statue in front of him. The statue looked normal, but there was a spirit detection pattern hidden in it. In theory, David was a master alchemist. He just glanced at it and found the spirit detection pattern. His spirit gently touched the node of the mental detection pattern, and then the statue moved away, revealing a hidden door that was blocked by the statue. It was just enough for one person to enter and exit. A flash of sadness appeared on Steward Albin's face. He had seen the previous owner go bankrupt because of his addiction to alchemy. Now it seemed that the new owner was also addicted to alchemy. The result would probably be the same. As a steward, the only thing he could do was pray that David's alchemy would waste less divine gold coins and delay his bankruptcy. Sometimes it was not a good thing to have spirit talent. In fact, unless one's spirit talent reached a certain level, an official alchemist would not accept an apprentice alchemist. The success rate of an apprentice alchemist with low spirit talent was too low. There were too many young people who only had a certain level of spirit talent. They had an endless longing for alchemy, but because no official alchemist would accept them, they devoted themselves to alchemy at their own expense. David walked into the alchemy lab and touched the pattern on the alchemy table. The pattern made the alchemy table stronger, more resistant to heat and corrosion. Most importantly, the protective cover on the alchemy table could prevent the toxic substances on the alchemy table from affecting the alchemist. On the side, there were more than 10 feather pens of various sizes, 3 sets of carving knives for different materials, and some other tools in the tool cabinet. He then walked to the cabinet on the wall. Most of the crystal bottles and material boxes here were empty, but just these crystal bottles and material boxes alone were worth a lot. Those crystal bottles and material boxes were specially made for alchemy materials. If the materials were not properly stored, they might lose a lot of their effects. Those crystal bottles and material boxes were also alchemy items. David did not buy them at the same time, because the materials he bought this time did not need to be stored for a long time. Of course, the other reason was that he had limited divine gold coins. 1 million was a lot, but if he really used it, it might not even be enough to set up an alchemy lab like this. David did not know why the previous owner would rather go bankrupt than sell this alchemy lab, but he clearly knew that he had gotten a great deal this time. A complete alchemy lab was much more expensive than this mansion. David turned to Steward Albin and asked, "The Noble Affairs Office did not know about this alchemy lab?" Steward Albin nodded and said, "Yes, when the Noble Affairs Office took over this mansion, I thought Lord Hammond would one day take it back." Lord Hammond was the previous owner, right? David asked. "Yes, 5 years after the Noble Affairs Office took over this mansion. I heard the news of Lord Hammond's death," Steward Albin said in a low voice. David did not ask why Steward Albin told him about the alchemy lab. Perhaps Steward Albin wanted to become an official steward of the Luce family and return to his status as a noble steward. Chapter 642. David was living in a villa in the city. Under the management of Jason, Luce Castle was undergoing a major renovation. Since he had enough divine gold coins, David requested Jason to increase the cost of the renovation as much as possible. He could tell that the decorations of the nobles in the great world of God were not for themselves, but a symbol of their status. If one wanted to have the dignity of a noble in the great world of God, they had to make good use of their wealth. In the villa in the city, David spent the rest of his time in the alchemy room in the study. The study of the villa was originally very spacious, but because of the carriage's accessories, it seemed very small. The interior of the alchemy room was too small to fit the carriage, so it could only occupy the study. Fortunately, David did not have many friends in the city, so no one would visit him on a normal day, so it gave him a quiet space. In front of the alchemy table, David looked at the floor of the carriage on the table and softly muttered to himself, "I'll set up 2 floating patterns here. It should be able to support a weight of 200 kilograms. After 3 days of design and preparation, the current alchemy room was very different from before. In the cabinet on the wall, part of the originally empty crystal bottles stored the alchemy ink that he had successfully concocted. In the material box, there were alchemy raw materials that he had processed. In front of him was a light screen that displayed David's design ideas. Speaking of which, this light screen was a server with an AI system that David had brought from the Interstellar Federation. This was also the standard equipment in the Interstellar Federation's laboratory. The server with an AI system could assist David in some precise designs, thus reducing the errors caused by design errors. Of course, the AI system server also had some flaws. At present, the AI system was still unable to recognize the various alchemy patterns in the alchemy system. This could only be done by following David's repeated drawings and feedback of the effect of the drawings to the AI system, so that the AI system could learn and evolve on its own. In David's opinion, as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to upgrade the AI system into a great world of God AI system that could support autonomous alchemy design. David picked up a quill and found a bottle of alchemy ink that was specially made for levitating runes. He then started drawing levitating runes on the board. Although this was his first time drawing a real pattern, his hands were steady and skillful, as if he had done it thousands of times before. Every stroke had a different application of mind, and any mistake would lead to failure. Only the alchemists themselves understood the complexity of this. 2 similar floating patterns were successfully drawn, and nothing special happened. David was not in a hurry. As long as there were no mistakes during the drawing process, he would be able to test the effects after assembling them. After that, he placed the carriage parts one by one on the alchemy table and added runes with different functions on them. In fact, almost no alchemist would be able to modify a carriage like David. Normally, modifying a carriage would not be done by one alchemist alone. It would require the cooperation of many alchemists. If David's design was given to other alchemists, they would probably curse him as a madman, because according to David's design, there were more than 60 patterns in total. Among so many patterns, more than half of them were complex ones. For these complex patterns, the average number of failures would not be less than 5. It was even normal to fail more than 10 times. Only a master alchemist could achieve such a high success rate. A large number of failures meant a huge investment. Drawing more than 60 patterns for a carriage was a huge consumption of alchemy materials and time. The price of alchemy materials was very high. Every failure was not only a waste of time, but also a waste of wealth. Alchemists would usually only practice a few types of patterns, and then through mutual cooperation, they would complete some complicated work. One had to know that alchemists' daily work time was limited. Drawing patterns required mental strength, and mental strength recovery was very slow. Failure could also cause mental strength to be damaged, and that would take a long time to recover. One by one, the carriage parts were brought into the alchemy room and then sent out to the study room. There were more patterns on them. At this time, one could see the benefits of David's mental strength. He continuously drew 30 patterns and did not feel tired. If it was not time for training, he would have finished it all. David worked on the drawing for 3 days. After 6 days, he finally completed his first work. David put all the carriage parts into his portal ring and then went to the villa's garage. After having worked with the AI system to design the carriage, he was very familiar with every part of the carriage. His terrifying strength allowed him to easily pick up the seemingly heavy parts and assemble them one by one. Soon, a complete carriage appeared in the garage. David entered the interior of the carriage and opened an energy chamber at the bottom of the carriage. This energy chamber was the device that powered the entire carriage. He put the polished krypton crystals into the energy chamber. The chamber was not big, but it was not small either. 10 krypton crystals were neatly placed in the chamber. David used his mental strength to guide the energy of the carriage. He connected the patterns one by one, and the patterns on the carriage lit up one by one. As the patterns on the carriage lit up one by one, the carriage lifted off the ground and floated 30 centimeters above the ground. The patterns on the carriage each had their own function. After activating all the patterns, this extremely ordinary noble carriage turned into an alchemy item. When David designed this alchemy carriage, he used many of the Interstellar Federation's design concepts as reference. He strengthened the deceleration, braking, acceleration, and other aspects of the carriage. He also added an energy shield. 60 patterns was the maximum number of patterns that the carriage could support. If the number of patterns exceeded this number, the carriage would collapse. Although the carriage was made of extremely ordinary materials, it did not have a large amount of rank materials or any other special materials. When David opened the door of the garage, Steward Albin, Steward Jason, and Knight Andrew were waiting outside. They had heard that David had completed his first alchemy item. "Master, you." Steward Albin was about to ask something when he saw the floating carriage in the garage. His words were stuck in his throat. Steward Albin was different from Steward Jason and Knight Andrew's excitement. Steward Albin used to follow an apprentice alchemist, so he knew a lot more about alchemy than the other two. The shining, mysterious patterns on the carriage made the originally exquisite carriage extremely dazzling. Especially when the carriage was floating off the ground, the original wheels had lost their function. Steward Albin remembered that only a few alchemists could make a floating pattern, and the success rate was very low. "Steward Jason, saddle the horses, and let's go out to test the carriage," David ordered with a smile. "Yes, master. I'll call the coachman right away," Steward Jason replied with a smile. He asked the servant to call the coachman. The coachman came very quickly. After the coachman had tied the 4 horses, he stopped and didn't know what to do. "I forgot. This carriage can only be controlled by someone with the power of the blood or the power of the will." David looked at the coachman and patted his head. Abel looked at the carriage he had designed and made. He couldn't drive it himself. If he, a baron, drove it, he would soon become the joke of the entire dashing planet. "Mr. Baron, let me try," Knight Andrew said with a bow. David was a bit hesitant. Knight Andrew was a knight of the family. He had a very high status. It would be a bit unfair for him to drive the carriage. "Master, let's let Knight Andrew try. Usually, these alchemy carriages are driven by knights," Steward Jason said with a smile. Because of the special nature of alchemy, many patterns had their own characteristics. For example, some patterns could only be activated by the power of the blood, and some could be activated by the power of the will or the power of the blood. The patterns that could be used by ordinary people required complicated transformations, which would greatly increase the difficulty and cost of alchemy. Because people with the power of the will were very rare, nobles usually let apprentice knights with the power of the blood drive the carriage. This was also a kind of training for apprentice knights. However, the Luce family didn't have any other apprentice knights. Knight Andrew was the only knight. "Knight Andrew, let's test it today. Now that the family has some foundation, you can take in 2 apprentice knights." David nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Baron." Knight Andrew was a simple-minded person. He looked at the carriage very passionately. This was an alchemy item, which he couldn't even touch on a normal day. David was still sitting in the carriage. The 2 stewards refused to sit in the carriage. They just sat on the left and right sides of Knight Andrew. "Mr. Baron, let's go," Knight Andrew said loudly. Knights were familiar with horses. Although he didn't drive the carriage, Knight Andrew was still able to control the 4 white horses easily. When the alchemy carriage was pulled by the 4 white horses, a curtain of light shrouded the carriage and the 4 white horses, isolating them from the surrounding wind. The carriage was pulled by the 4 white horses. Because of the floating pattern, the force needed to pull the carriage was very small. The 4 white horses were like running light, and their speed was also the limit of 4 white horses. Fortunately, the street in front of the villa was very wide, so the alchemy carriage could move at full speed. The sudden appearance of the alchemy carriage immediately attracted the attention of the rest of the people on the street. The aristocrats were a relatively closed circle. In addition, the dashing star was only a remote planet in the great world of God. The resources on the dashing star were very limited, so it was difficult to find many alchemy items. The alchemy items that appeared in the aristocratic circle in Harmer City could be easily recognized by the aristocrats. Therefore, the alchemy carriage that David was sitting in attracted so much attention. Some people had already recognized that this was the carriage of the Luce family from the shadow, leopard emblem on the carriage. However, they didn't know much about the Luce family that had been in decline for many years. Due to the decline of the Luce family had even sold their villa in Harmer City, so they had long left the mainstream aristocratic circle in Harmer City. "Mr. Baron, this carriage is the best I've ever seen," Knight Andrew exclaimed excitedly. In the process of driving the carriage, he could clearly feel the ease of the 4 white horses. This allowed the carriage to maintain such an extreme speed for more than 5 hours continuously. Although the 4 white horses weren't war horses, they still had the bloodline of war horses. It was just that they hadn't been modified by the power of the knight's bloodline. However, their physiques were also extremely strong. Running for 5 hours without any problems was not a problem. David only smiled when he heard Knight Andrew's words. To him, this alchemy carriage was more of a test product. He had been on a starship before. He felt that it was a real alchemy item, and this alchemy carriage was like a toy. Any hover car in the Interstellar Federation had better performance than this alchemy carriage. At the end of the day, the real source of power for this alchemy carriage was the 4 white horses, which essentially limited the speed of the alchemy carriage. David had reinforced the original carriage with a large number of patterns. This allowed a series of patterns, such as hover patterns, defensive patterns, and stabilizing patterns to be used on ordinary carriages. Let's go back. David patted the carriage wall and said, "Yes, Mr. Baron." Although Knight Andrew wasn't satisfied yet, he still obeyed the order. Knight Andrew's face turned pale when the 4 white horses in front of the alchemy carriage suddenly turned around at a high speed. He had forgotten that the alchemy carriage was almost weightless. The sudden turn of the carriage was too fast for the horses. Knight Andrew was about to use the power of the blood to control the carriage so that it wouldn't overturn. However, many patterns on the alchemy carriage lit up, and the carriage was still in a horizontal state in the high-speed turn. "I'm sorry, I didn't notice." Knight Andrew hurriedly apologized, although nothing had happened. "It's okay, we came out to test the carriage," David said indifferently. "Let's test alchemy items in the castle in the future," Steward Jason said with some fear. Steward Jason was not worried about his safety. With Knight Andrew and Knight David around, David's safety was not a problem. He could even protect them. Plus, the alchemy carriage had its own protective shield, so even if it fell, it wouldn't be a problem. The main thing was that this was an area where the nobles gathered. If someone fell while driving a carriage on this street, the Luce family would become a joke among the nobles. For the sake of the family's reputation, Steward Jason didn't want something like this to happen again, even if David had shown a super talent for alchemy. "Master, how long have you been studying alchemy?" Steward Albin asked softly. "Since the great world of God," David replied with a smile. Steward Albin had heard when David came to the great world of God. His face was filled with shock, then disbelief. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.